Two. Okay, Casper. Okay.
No, yeah. Let's do it.
Okay.
Oh, that's what you're planning. So at the same time,
When I'm gonna be on the stage, you'll just put. بس خلينا نتأكد من الفيديو. كاميرا اون. اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود أنا عبد الله الجريوي أن أرحب بالضيوف الأعزاء في هذا المؤتمر من قاموا بتلبية الدعوة والحضور، وأعلم كم كان من الصعب على البعض الحضور خاصة مع بعد المسافات والسفر، فهذا محل تقدير بالنسبة لنا. وأود أيضا أن أشكر أعزائنا الحضور عبر الأثير. تأتي أهمية هذا المؤتمر لأنه جولة مهمة في البحث عن الديمقراطية في السعودية، خاصة وأننا نتحدث عن الرؤية الشعبية وبنودها، لكننا نعنى في هذا المؤتمر بالبحث عن الديمقراطية لأننا نؤمن بالديمقراطية، فهي الوسيلة الوحيدة لتحقيق الرؤية. ولأن الرؤية شعبية فلا يمكن تحقيقها إلا بالمشاركة الشعبية، فهي من الشعب وللشعب وإليه. ومنذ انطلاق الرؤية كان القائمين على هذه الرؤية يقدمون هذه الرؤية إلى الشعب وللمواطنين لأنها إليهم، وكانت الرؤية هذه أيضا توصل صوتها للقائمين وللفاعلين والمؤثرين، وحتى أيضا للسلطة نفسها عبر سفاراتها وللإعلام محليا ودوليا. ولكن من الواضح أن هذا الاستبداد لا يمكن أن يحقق هذه الرؤية، لذا كان هذا السؤال وكان هذا البحث. شكرا.
Thank you, Abdullah. Can you hear me here? Do I need this one? Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm Lina Al-Hadloul. I'm a signatory of the People's Vision for Reform in Saudi Arabia. Today's conference is one of the projects amongst the works and different initiatives we have been undertaking since the launch of the vision. With this event today, the quest for democracy in Saudi Arabia, we would like to emphasize that representation, one of the key points of our vision, is a condition sine qua non for the state of Saudi Arabia, our homeland, to move towards a rule-based institutional state respectful of our fundamental rights. We want to emphasize on our belief that there is no viable solution to counter the harshening repression in Saudi Arabia than a democracy's checks and balances, and that there can't be real reforms without reformers. As our vision states in its first point, all political prisoners must be immediately and unconditionally released. So I want to thank you all for your presence and support. Thank you to attendees. Thank you to the first democratically elected president of Tunisia, Mansef al-Marzouqi. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to the NGOs and activists who believed in our vision and endorsed it. Thank you and welcome to the conference of 4 panels and the different keynote speakers. So before I end, I really would like to invite you all to come tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. At the Saudi Embassy on Khashoggi Way. We are having protest for political prisoners, but also to brief on our events today. So please, you're all welcome to come tomorrow on Khashoggi Way, 9:30 a.m. So I wish you all a wonderful conference. And now with our first keynote speaker, we have Omar Abdelaziz Zahrani, who is political activist and I would say maybe also the funniest of us all. Thank you.
خطبة جمعة. تحية طيبة. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you all for joining me today. I'm more used to long discussions. That's probably why they only allowed me 10 minutes today. I perfectly understand what Mark Twain meant when he's thought to have said, I didn't have time to write a short letter, so I wrote a long one instead. I'll have to be quick, which for me is quite the challenge. First off, let's clear up the matter of my appearance. No tie today. And no, it's not due to any Iranian or foreign influences. I simply never learned how to tie one properly. It's one small thing I haven't mastered. Standing before an esteemed audience, I feel a bit like an underdog. There are many here more experienced, possibly better suited to this task. Yet, here I am. And I thank you for your attention. Oh, and if you think my English has suddenly improved, it hasn't. I've just used ChatGPT to help me write this speech. Now let's dive into the heart of our gathering. Democracy. It's a term we toss around a lot. But what does it really mean? Democracy isn't just about having elections. It's about giving people the power to decide their future. It's about having the right to speak up without fear, to choose leaders, and more importantly, to hold them accountable. Yes, democracy can sometimes bring unexpected leaders to power, leaders who may seem unfit, even if they are wearing a tie all the time. But the beauty of democracy is exactly that the power remains with the people. You can bring in leaders, and you can also send them packing when they don't deliver. I'm sure our US friends can relate to this roller coaster. But democracy is more than just voting people in and out. It's about building a society where everyone has a voice and decision that affect their lives. From local schools to national policies, it's about transparency, where government actions are open to scrutiny, and where freedom of expressing your opinion is a right, not a risk. We also take this moment to stand in solidarity with our jailed brothers, friends, and all those courageous individuals who have been silenced. They remind us of the cost of apathy and the urgent need of more voices calling for justice and reform. We remember Jamal Khashoggi, a man whose life was tragically cut short, but whose legacy fuels our resolve. His story, alongside those of countless other activists, scholars, and leaders who remain imprisoned, underscores our mission here today. Before we get too serious, let's chat about NEOM for a sec. Sorry, see. We're planning to have flying cars and even dinosaurs, some of which may be flying too. Yep, you heard right. Dinosaurs. It's like we're trying to build a real life Jurassic Park mixed with a sci fi movie. These might be awesome ideas, but they're meant to crush the dreams of our people. The real treasures aren't in the sky or back in time, they are our people. We're talking about fairness, freedom, and everyone getting treated right. Because what's the point of flying in a car if we are prevented from dreaming or talking about life where everyone enjoys basic rights and respect? So, as we praise ourselves for these mind blowing advancements in NEOM, let's ensure that these high tech dreams don't overshadow our basic needs. It's great to have big ambitions like making the next big leap in technology, but it's even more important to make sure that every citizen can enjoy the benefits of today's innovations and today's freedom. After all, a city isn't just about its skyline or its technology, it's about the people who live in it and the quality of life they experience every single day. And while the idea of racing a dinosaur might sound fun, let's be sure we're racing toward more important goals too, like equality, opportunity, and justice for everyone. Let's make sure that our fantastic future includes everyone, not just the chosen few who can afford the ticket to the flying car show. Lastly, I'm really thankful for being able to do everyday things like talk freely, travel, and even visit an embassy without any trouble, just like Dr. Abdullah and Mr. Hakami did. They walked into the Saudi embassy and came out just the same way they went in, all in one piece. It's great to be able to say that and not sound like it's a big adventure. We want everyone in our country to feel this safe and free. In closing, let's keep striving for Saudi Arabia where everyone can participate in decision making, debate freely, and live without fear. Together, we can make this vision a reality. Thank you for giving me a slice of your time today, even though I'm missing a tie. I hope I've managed to connect with each of you on matters that truly count. معكم على خير كونوا أحرارا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Amar. That was excellent. So now we'll start with the first panels. Sorry, yes. Before the first panels, we have an opening remark from U.S. Congress Representative Connolly.
Hi, I'm Congressman Jerry Conley, and I represent Virginia's 11th District in the House of Representatives. Thank you for inviting me to address today's conference examining Quest for Democracy in Saudi Arabia. I'm especially appreciative of the brave Saudi activists, academics, and intellectuals who've courageously demanded reform under the threat of repression, imprisonment, and prosecution by the very authorities in Saudi Arabia just for exercising their universal right to freedom of expression. As many of you know, the question of human rights and democracy in Saudi Arabia is one that hits close to home from my congressional district. After a prominent journalistic career in Saudi Arabia, my friend Jamal Khashoggi moved to Virginia's 11th district in Tyson's Corner, where he lived in self-imposed exile due to the credible fears that he would be arrested or banned or worse from leaving the kingdom. We now know that a team of 15 Saudi agents traveled to Turkey in a premeditated operation to permanently silence Jamal's powerful voice. And it was at the direction of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. That's according to our own intelligence community. Why does this matter? Why care? The brutal murder of a legal U.S. resident and a Washington Post columnist is a direct attack on a core American democratic institution, the freedom of the press. The best way we can honor Jamal Khashoggi's legacy is by pursuing that to which he dedicated his life, the truth, and protect the colleagues he worked with from falling victim to the same fate. That's why I was glad to lead a resolution with Senators Kaine and Warner recognizing 5 years since Jamal Khashoggi's brutal murder. In this resolution, We called on the government of Saudi Arabia to release all individuals wrongfully detained, to lift travel bans and other arbitrary restrictions on dissidents and former political prisoners, and to respect the rights of Saudi citizens and ensure the protection of the freedoms of assembly, association, and press. On the 5th anniversary of his brutal murder, I also reintroduced the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act, legislation I've authored which would hold Saudi Arabia accountable for the murder of Jamal and impose a cost on Saudi Arabia for continuing to engage in such acts of intimidation and violence, whether in the kingdom or outside the kingdom, going forward. The Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act remains the only Saudi accountability legislation that is passed here in the House of Representatives, and this Congress, we continue to fight to pass the legislation a fourth time. I'm relieved that 2 American citizens, Salah Al-Haidir and Bader Al-Ibrahim, both constituents of my district, are finally free and have been able to return home to Northern Virginia after 673 days of wrongful imprisonment and 2 years under an arbitrary travel ban. Both were among a group of writers, activists, and intellectuals who were arrested in April of 2019 as part of a crackdown on dissent overseen by, yes, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. For years, my office privately and publicly advocated for their release, and while they should have never been imprisoned in the first place, or at least relieved, they're back with their family. In speaking with like-minded colleagues in Congress, it remains our view that our continued unqualified support for a monarchy that systematically and ruthlessly represses its own citizens, targets critics all over the world, and bolsters authoritarian regimes throughout the region is counter to U.S. national interests and damages our strategic national credibility. We must continue speaking out about the labor rights, including those of migrant workers in Saudi Arabia, the continued implementation of the kafala system, women's and girls' rights, including the continued implementation of male guardianship, the continued repression of LGBTQ individuals in the kingdom, the continued detention and use of travel bans against human rights activists, and of course, the lack of meaningful justice and accountability for those responsible for the brutal murder and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi. I thank you for hosting this event and for continuing to fight for human rights in Saudi Arabia. Let none of us forget what happened 5 years ago, and in Jamal Khashoggi's name, let there be justice in Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we start with the first panels, correct? Yes. So for each panel, I won't be presenting each of the panelists, only the moderator, because then I'll let the moderator speak. For the first panel, we have Ahmed Hakami moderating it, and it's the general perception of democracy in Saudi Arabia. Ahmed Hakami is now the spokesperson of the Saudi National Assembly Party, which is one of the fruits, actually, of the People's Vision for Reform. It was launched a couple of years back, and it is the first ever dissident party in the diaspora. He can maybe tell you more about it, but it's really an incredible project, and I really urge you all to read more about it and to consider them as a legitimate counterpower as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming to our event. We have here, I am actually very flattered to be moderating this panel with Dr. Abdullah and Dr. Dana, that we're going to go into their description and what they do in a moment. Very happy that I'm sitting here in front of all of you guys, especially Dr. Al-Musaf Al-Marzouqi, Ustad Yahya. Okay, so I have not actually memorized their, they have long series. Okay, so first of all, Dr. Nabil Al-Khouri, he was supposed to be with us today, but in his way, we hope that he's in his way. If he makes it, that's great, because we haven't gotten a response. I hope he's fine. Okay, so we have Dr. Dana Moss. She's an associate professor of sociology at the University of Notre Dame. Her research and teaching focus on collective resistance against injustice and repression, including transnational repression and diaspora and refugee. And so let's give it up for Dr. Dana, please. Thank you very much. We have Dr. Abdullah Al-Auda. Abdullah Al-Auda is a renowned human rights defender in Saudi Arabia. He's the Secretary General of the NAS Party, the National Assembly Party, and the director of the Arab Rights Research Center, ARC, that's hosting this event. And the Arab Rights Research Center is located in D.C. Thank you very much. Let's give it up for him, please. Okay. So I'll start with Dr. Abdullah. But before I start, I want just to say that this panel will be 10 minutes for each participant, then followed with 10 to 15 minutes of questions from the audience. So Dr. Abdullah Al-Auda, we live here in the United States, and we always hear, well, this is unconstitutional arrest. This is unconstitutional act. This is constitutional. So what is a constitution? Asking as a Saudi person.
First of all, thank you so much for not just being part of this event, but organizing and co-organizing this event. So
Thank you very much.
it's amazing to have all of you beside us and being part of this event. Well, first of all, I wanna quote Nathan Brown, a friend of mine that some of you probably know, in his book "Constitutions Without a Constitutional World," or "In an Unconstitutional World," in which he says in his probably main thesis is that there can be constitutions, sometimes perfectly designed constitutions, without constitutional safeguards, without the struggle of the people, without the proper checks and balances that should be there for any democratic system to function well. And there was this dilemma, or actually this plight in Europe, what they call the Weimar syndrome. So the Weimar syndrome is basically is the constitution. It's a condition in which produced one of the greatest designedly constitutions in Europe at that time, in the 1920s and 1930s. And guess what? In Germany. Yes, in Germany. And it allowed for someone like Hitler to take advantage of that and be part of the system at the beginning, and then be the system itself, and then hijack the whole system and movement, and basically transform this into the Nazi Germany that we learn about in history. Please stop me when you speak. Okay. That was the syndrome that actually taught Europe a lesson that it's not the constitution, but it's something else. So they were looking for something else to make sure that this works out. This becomes a really democratic system, and it's not just like the constitution on paper that matters, but rather something else. And when they studied history, and Nathan thinks, and I totally agree with his thesis, that it is the constitutional struggle that matters. It's not the constitution. It is the work of the people. It is the work of the institution and how they fight back, how they shout back, how they counterbalance, how they provide the safeguards not through papers and technocratic channels, but rather more like the struggle of the people through the civil movements, through the civil society institutions, through the press, through everything that they can do in their power to ensure that this becomes a real democratic system, not something just in paper. So that was the idea of why the constitutional struggle matters more than just the constitution itself.
Great. So Saudi Arabia has been a monarchy, an absolute monarchy since day one. Absolute monarchy means there is a one-man show. And you're talking about struggles towards the constitution. So do we have a historical or a constitutional history, let's say, in Saudi Arabia? Can you tell us about it?
Yes. To be honest, I got hurt sometimes from some colleagues, Arabs or international, who thinks that having a constitutional history needs to have a constitution. Because of what I said in my first answer, I think that, yes, we perfectly have a constitutional history. And by a constitutional history, I mean that line of struggle toward a democratic system, toward a just system, toward the rule of law, toward the separation of powers, toward the independence of the judiciary, and all of these mechanisms that make sure that the system is self-correcting, is predictable, the rule of law is protected, the freedoms and safeguards are placed and properly placed. So with that, yes, and we have the exhibition just outside this room. And we only started since the 1950s. We only through the 1950s. I was talking to Ali. He's in this crowd. I see him right there. Ali, he's a young guy, but he attended the protests in the 1950s. He just told me, or the 60s, about the labor rights of the Aramco workers in Saudi Arabia. He was part of that movement. We have that outside. It's just part of our history. And it didn't stop there. We have in the 60s, another even struggle. And then in the 70s, in the 80s, 90s, and it goes on and on and on. It's amazing struggle for democracy. And, it's not something just on the ground and people pushing for their rights. There are actually documents and history when, for example, in 1961, King Saud decided that maybe a constitutional monarchy it is what could have saved him. Of course, it didn't work out because Faisal, came around, and there was a palace coup of sort, and then he became a king. But also Faisal wanted to ensure the people that it's not just him, it's just going to be the people, and he's going to have freedoms in elections and all that. It's like 15 years later, in the 1981 or the 1980, Crown Prince at that time, Fahd, who became a king later, said there is going to be an elected parliament in Saudi Arabia, half elected that year, and then the next year going to be fully elected. Of course, it wasn't realized, but there was because of the struggle of the people, of the thinkers, of the people who, protested in the street, who fought for this, who called for it, who demanded it, the struggle that the people's vision, our project, is part of it, and what we wanted to contribute to that struggle. And I want to end with two notes. One is 2011, there was this also part of the exhibition outside, the petition towards the state of rights and institutions. 18,000 people signed in a few days, unprecedented number in Saudi Arabia at that time during the Arab Spring. In that petition, basically, all people across the spectrum, from liberals to Islamists to women to men to Shi'i to Sunni to all people, like across the region, across the ideological differences and backgrounds, signed on that petition, basically calling for democracy and constitutional monarchy in Saudi Arabia. So Jamal Khashoggi told the story that after that petition, King Abdullah, the throne of King Abdullah was shook by that petition, and he called and he created a committee to decide what to do, and the majority of the committee decided to actually adopt the idea of constitutional monarchy, transforming the monarchy into a democratic system. But two people used their veto to basically crush that project, and guess what? One of the main two people is Salman, who is now king of Saudi Arabia.
What are the odds?
And that's why this project was aborted. And I want to say this is, and that was not the end of the struggle. It was just a continuation, and that's why we have that exhibition. Again, it's the third time I mentioned that, but I mean, it's a continuation. It's not going to stop, and it never started with the people's vision. It was there, it was for a long time. It's going to stay until we realized, what we called for, which is the fully democratic system in Saudi Arabia. The final note that I want to end up with is the idea that the daughter of our distinguished guest, former president of Tunisia, Dr. Moussa Marzouki, she wrote a great paper. I think it was called Dancing by the Cliff, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the idea of the paper is basically to say that at least for some time, when the constitution was drafted in Tunisia, when the institutions, interacted with each other in Tunisia, when the different people of civil society, at least for some time, were able to sit with each other and have a civil conversation and drafted that constitution, that at least, let's say, it lasted for longer than Egypt, for example, or other parts of the Arab world. It was for a long time the successful experiment of the Arab Spring of transforming the system into a democratic system until this guy showed up. But I mean, she said part of why the Tunisian experiment was different is because of the struggle that they have made in exile, in everywhere, in lending their arms to all people, regardless of their differences or backgrounds or their religious affiliation or whatever. So what we wanted to do is, because we are in exile, we have this chance, we'll push for it, we'll help also other people in the Arab world to push for their own democratic system as well. And we think it is a chance, an opportunity for us that we will push for and will still be pushing for. And we want you all to help us and be part of this.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah.
I'm not sure if this is just 10 minutes.
Thank you. No, you're a little bit past it. Well, we all welcome Dr. Nabil Al-Khouri for making it. Yay. Okay, so the plan was to start with Dr. Nabil, but I'm going to give you a couple of minutes so you can get breathe, get situated and relax. I'm going to go to Dr. Dana Moss. So, as Dr. Abdullah mentioned, in 2011, there are tens of thousands of people signed the petition towards a state of institution. We saw the Saudi street, if I can say, like full of hopes, looking at Egypt, looking at Tunisia, looking at countries around us. We had hope that we will be democratic. I remember that we were talking about it everywhere. We were Egyptians more than the Egyptians in our Facebooks and social media and with our Egyptian friends. Now, you don't hear anything in Saudi Arabia. So all those people, there must be there, but so that would lead me to a question. There's a challenge. There are challenges for mobilization.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia, what are they?
Well, first, let me say that I am just thrilled and honored to be with you all. I am a political sociologist, so I've done work on mobilization in the Middle Eastern region and without. In 2011, I was in Jordan watching the Yemeni revolution unfold, trying to get into Yemen. And the fact that even King Abdullah then seemed very shaken by the events meant that these regimes are in fact very sensitive. So the major, of course, as you all know better than I, Omar Abdulaziz being here is a huge honor for me because I've written about your situation, and so you all know better than I do that the major obstacle to what people want is the regime itself, is the extraordinary amount of repression that this regime is wielding at home and abroad through an extensive network, troll farms, informants, the embassies and consulates that do surveillance of diaspora communities. So there's incredible repression within, and I also want to emphasize that there's incredible repression without, again, as a lot of you know directly. And for those of us who are on the outside, it can oftentimes be important to remind us that simply for speaking out, posting something on social media here, people, family members, friends in the home country, in Saudi, actually can be imprisoned, interrogated, tortured, forced to testify against their family members and renounce them, and that most people who are determined to remain outspoken and who can survive are forced into exile. So one thing that movements need is not just this popular support, which Dr. Abdullah really emphasizes being so important, and it is, but also connections to the diaspora and other supporters on the outside. But what we've seen is that a lot of times regimes are quite successful in silencing the broader global community that could serve as a very important resource for democratization and liberalization in Saudi Arabia. So as I was refreshing my memory with some of the policies and informal that the regime has been implementing, we know that people who may speak out against the regime, there may, just like you are all Egyptians more than Egyptians, there may come to be a time where there's broader external support for change in Saudi Arabia, but so many people in the broader ummah and the ulama, the community, they cannot speak out because they're worried about travel restrictions into Saudi Arabia to the sacred sites. So the fact that Saudi has control, not just over the diaspora by leveraging how it can repress their family members or ban them from travel at home, but also wields an incredible power over a broader community that could have a voice in terms of supporting this diaspora. And then we also know that many politicians in the United States, the congressman from Virginia, definitely being an important exception to this, don't know any other alternative to what the United States does than to support the regime unilaterally. And what I find so difficult about this position is that everything Saudi Arabian and MBS regime does to sow violence, strife, and conflict in the world is the same excuse that they use to support the regime. So in President Biden's letter about going to Saudi Arabia after his election to say, oh, well, before I called MBS a pariah, now that I'm president, I'm going to go visit. Let me explain what I'm doing. In his op-ed about this, he not only cites the Khashoggi killing as a reason to continue engaging with the MBS regime, but also the war in Yemen. Now, as far as I remember, I'm pretty sure the Saudi regime instigated a lot of what happened in Yemen. And in fact, no, I'm being facetious. I was part of the Yemen Peace Project, which was the only organization in North America to talk about the impact of the war on terror on Yemen. And what we found, of course, is that the unilateral support for Saudi policy in Yemen was not only making the region and the world unsafe, but creating one of the worst humanitarian catastrophes in 2020, 2021, and 2022 among a population of 26 million people who are already some of the most marginalized and devastatingly impoverished in the world. So just to wrap up.
Yeah. So, okay.
Let's do it.
That will lead me to a more important question.
Yes.
I think they're all important. The transnational repression. So you talked about how the Saudi regime, repress people inside. There's travel bans. There's tens of years of, unlawful imprisonment. And they kind of use the oil to leverage even Biden fist bumping MBS after calling him a pariah. So there is a really dangerous step they're doing, that they're going out and targeting activists and everyone just talking about even criticizing the regime. We saw Jamal Khashoggi. He did not actually even call for the collapse of the regime. He was always calling for reform, and they assassinated him. So this transnational repression, can you talk to us about it, please?
Yes, when I first started researching transnational repression 10 years ago, there was virtually no government or academic sources on this topic. Now we know that transnational repression is a massive phenomenon committed by regimes such as Saudi, China, Russia, and many others, oftentimes in collusion with other states, including democracies. I can circle back to that if you'd like, in order to repress, control, dissent in the diaspora. Is things as simple as calling for constitutional monarchy or constitutional reform are seen as to the regime as intolerable and as violating their public sort of relations image. MBS has been quite obsessed with his image, which is why the proposed campaign, as far as I understand it, to counter the sort of swarm or the problem of pro-MBS propaganda on Twitter, and the plan to counteract that here in the diaspora was seen as so threatening to him. Okay, so that's partly regimes repress abroad because they're worried about their image, they're worried about outsiders coming in and stoking reform or revolution, and they're worried about a variety of things. Right now, Saudi Arabia is trying to normalize itself in the world through golf, through NASCAR, through all of these things where people say, oh, okay, they're normal, maybe they're not so bad, it's okay. So transnational repression remains a huge threat, and probably one of the most important forms of transnational repression, which is very much underreported and understudied because it's hard to collect data on these things, is the proxy punishment element. So the ways in which people at home are punished for what's happening abroad, because assassinations, as explosive as Jamal's just egregious murder was are relatively rare. It's a lot easier for regimes to go repress your family back home than it is for them to directly hurt you. So that remains one of the biggest issues, I would say, for a lot of people outside who want to support change at home. And the last thing I'll say is that when my colleagues and I did a study on Syrian, Iranian, and Egyptian diaspora members who were working abroad in civil society as journalists, as activists, as academics, what we found is it was very, very important for host country institutions, such as the BBC in Great Britain, to protect their employees, to protect their members, to show their support. Because the diaspora should not be left to manage the psychological traumas, the relational traumas, and the actual violence going on at home. If we leave people alone to deal with these things, of course, they're probably going to start to self-censor because the threats are simply too great to their loved ones. So in conclusion, I'll just say that there is a huge role that the United States, the UK, other countries should be playing in protecting exiles, refugees, other asylum seekers, and international students. This is a big issue in sort of the academy, and that I hope today we can talk more about how to help and support and protect human rights defenders abroad who will inevitably be working in partnership with people inside to create the change when the conditions are potentially a little less hostile. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dana. And as I said, we are very lucky that Dr. Nabil is here with us. Dr. Nabil, after 25 years in the Foreign Service, Dr. Khouri retired from the U.S. Department of State in 2013 with the rank of Minister Counselor. He is currently a non-resident senior fellow at the Arab Center in Washington, D.C. Welcome, Dr. Nabil. Okay, so I want to build up on what Dr. Abdullah and Dr. Dana spoke about. But before that, I know that you were the cultural attaché for the United States in Riyadh in the 90s or the 80s. I don't. So ages. So from your experience, I want you to give us like a snapshot from then to now in how people are speaking up, how people are, the mobilization. What did you see then and what did you see now? Go ahead.
Sure, that's a big question. Good morning, first of all, and I didn't expect to be in so much spotlight that I wasn't able even to see that there's an audience out there. And also sorry for the delay. The traffic getting into this convention center was worse than the traffic on the road. Let me begin by saying something. I mean, in relation to your question, there's a broader point to be made, which I made to some of my Saudi friends and contacts back in 1990, which is freedom, democracy, human rights, all these are indivisible. You either support them for everybody or nobody can support them for you. And we have to put, when we talk about Saudi Arabia and the rights in Saudi Arabia, we have to put it in the broader context of what's happening in the world today, which is there's been a shift to the right. Authoritarian right-wing rulers, parties, forces are on the rise. Their popularity is rising in Europe as well as here in the US, where university students are being beaten over the head and arrested for expressing their views. This is not the democracy that is supposed to be functioning here in the US. And what they're expressing their views on is something that's probably the worst human rights violation in the world today, which is what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. And I think the world and we in this room owe a lot of support and solidarity with the Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem, where their basic rights are being trampled on. And the whole world is watching and doing nothing, starting with the Biden administration, which, in my view, is unforgivable in terms of the position they've taken on that struggle. Going back to 1990, I was the cultural attaché. I was in touch with the intellectuals at the time, and they tended to be mostly the liberal intellectuals. In 1990, if you recall, or the history books now, the Gulf War, the Ali Abdullah Saleh of Yemen, normally I'm invited to talk about Yemen, I don't usually talk about Saudi Arabia, took a position. Guess what? Now it's related. Took a position with Saddam Hussein and against the intervention in the Gulf to liberate Kuwait. Because of that, close to 1 million Yemeni migrant workers were deported, evicted from Saudi Arabia. And at that point, I had not been to Yemen yet, but I was very upset by that. And we were at a small dinner with this intellectual liberal group at the ambassador's house when they all, to a person, supported the kingdom's decision to deport the Yemenis. And I got upset and I said, you know, you expect us to feel sensitive to your liberties, which are not as they should be. But you are not with the liberties or the human rights of the Yemeni workers in Saudi Arabia. And if you are okay with the violation of human rights for the Yemenis, then why do you expect us to support your human rights? Really, none of them had, oh, yes, well, there's a justification, there's politics. There was no justification. But I was in touch with some of the women who led the first driving rebellion in Saudi Arabia. So,
you got names? Do you remember names?
Well, not right now. But I was in touch with a couple of the leaders of that movement. They came to tell me a day before they went out that they were going to do this, and that they wanted attention, they wanted spotlight to highlight their demands.
We have them, by the way, part of our exhibition outside. Again, the exhibition.
Yeah, the exhibition.
One of them was an artist whose work got destroyed because he was one of the leaders of that movement. At any rate, the situation then was certainly very restrictive for women. It was also an extremely conservative environment. The religious police, the Mutawa, were everywhere on the streets. And there was even an incident where they gathered around a GI, an American, a couple, a man and a woman, who were jogging in the streets because the Americans were there to help with the liberation of Kuwait. They were stopped, and it was a harassment of the woman for not wearing the veil and for jogging. And the man intervened on her behalf. There was a scuffle, and the man was beaten up. And I learned the lesson from way back then, because the embassy did nothing and Washington said nothing about the incident. That an American GI would be beaten up by the religious police. Anyway, long story short, the situation then has changed, has evolved. There is no doubt that there are some very important changes in Saudi Arabia in the last decade. And these changes are mainly social and economic liberties, freedom of movement for women is now much more available than it was back then and in previous decades. There's an openness to the world. Tourism Tourism was non-existent in the decades before.
I'm
there's
sorry,
tourism.
just because we're running out of time, but I want to ask you just to focus on the. Okay, I see now that and that's true that the Saudi Arabian society is going more towards being accepting, and I think that's technology has a big part in it. However, now we had the police, the religious police in the 90s, the 2000s, and they were actually a state agency. And now they're not there, but we have the State Department and what they call it, the Amn al-Dawla,
State security.
the state security, which is doing the same thing for different, like another aspect. So,
Well-
from a democracy point of view, how are we going forward? Are we going back? How are we? Where are we going?
Let me go straight to the theme then, so as
Yeah.
not to take too much time. All the liberties that have taken place recently took place with the stroke of a pen, with the decision of the ruler. They did not take place because of rising demand and pressure from the people.
Okay.
And therefore, what was given with the stroke of a pen can be taken away with the stroke of a pen. All the liberties, and the most important one is the religious, the relationship, the equation between the state and the clergy, what was known in Europe as the state and church. The marriage, the contract between the two, which started the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has been broken in favor of the state. There are leading clergymen that used to be powerful in the 90s and in the early part of the 21st century who are in jail now. So the idea of religious police going around the streets with a stick doesn't exist right now. Now, all these liberties, including the most important one, which is the suppression of the authority of the clergy in the streets, did not diminish central power, they strengthened central power. So the powers of the ruler are greater now than ever before, which means all these liberties, social and economic, and they're very important liberties, they don't include political liberties. They don't include human rights. And in fact, the women, right around the time that the women were given the right to drive, some of the women who were calling for the right to drive were put in jail. So the message is, I will give you the liberties that I think you should have, but don't ask for them. This is the most important thing, is that people don't have the right to ask, to demand. And without that, you don't have democracy. Now, again, broader context, you have to think historically, conditions are not right now, not in Saudi Arabia, not in the Gulf, not anywhere in the world. I think democratic transitions are difficult. Historically, they take decades to happen, but they don't happen without a serious demand from society. And that's where the dissidents, the opposition, risking their lives often to oppose, and civil society, both inside and outside Saudi Arabia, have the responsibility and to connect with human rights advocates worldwide, and to always remember that your rights depend on the rights of others. Don't neglect the rights of the Yemenis and of the Palestinians and of others who are deprived of human rights.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. And I was just talking to one of my colleagues here. Actually, Dr. Ahmad, I was talking to him that I don't believe that one Arab state can be democratic while everyone around them are authoritarians. We're going to have democracy together. We're going to have freedom together with one word. Okay, so now we're going to get 10 minutes. I know that I wasn't a great moderator and I let them speak a little bit more, but I didn't want to cut them off. Okay, do we have any questions? Do we have a microphone? I don't know, Nabil? Okay, anyone? We have a question, but let's get you a microphone. Oh, here. Sorry. I'm gonna break.
Thank you, everyone. It was very interesting and very informative. My question, it's not really a question, actually. I think it's just an advice I have for the democratic governments of the world. So it's just regarding transnational repression, as you were talking about. I mean, I just find it very shocking that everyone knows that Saudi is not safe, and still our most prominent activists and human rights defenders are still not granted asylum in democratic countries. And the case of the US as well, I think. So it's just, and in Bulgaria, a Saudi defender has been denied asylum. They state that Saudi Arabia is democratizing. So yeah, I read the decision. It was very shocking. So yeah, my advice, if anyone hears us here in the US, I think it's very important and it should be a priority to grant asylum to human rights defenders. And that's it.
Okay, we have Dr. Salim Abdul Raouf. Dr. Salim is a renowned surgeon, by the way. We're very proud of him, and we're very happy that he's here with us today. Go ahead, doctor.
I'd like to say a word in Arabic to my colleagues, and I'm
Go
happy
ahead.
to translate it. والله هذه فرصة لي إني أشوفكم كلكم. صار لي سنوات أكون مع أهلي، ما أقدر أرجع على السعودية. أنتم أهلنا، وهذه حاجة كبيرة بالنسبة لي أن أكون في هذه الغرفة معاكم. I just said to my colleagues from Saudi Arabia, it is very special for me to be in this room. I've not been able to with my family for years, not be able to enter the kingdom. And so it's very special to have so many people in this room. It's not something I'm used to, and it's somewhat emotional for me. And if there are any journalists in the room, I respectfully ask not to quote my name, redact my name about any comment I make. If you're going to quote me, please, because I get a number of patients that come from the Gulf to be treated here. And I think if I'm too vocal, that those patients probably will not get that opportunity to come here. So I appreciate that. The point, all three of you have a different perspective. I wanted your insight into it. While your quest for democracy is the basis for what we want to do, but it has two different legs. One is what we're doing here. But the elephant in the room in something that we have not engaged. The West is not ready for democracy, or doesn't want democracy in the Middle East. That is something very important, because we could do all of this. There will never be democracy in Saudi Arabia or Jordan or Egypt. It can never happen. The strategic milieu since the beginning of the 20th century has been, we promote democracy everywhere in the world, except in the Middle East. I don't remember the last time an American president stood up and said, I'd like to see democracy in Saudi Arabia, UAE, or in Jordan. We've said it about many other countries. So the central strategic objective of the West has been based on a very unipolar issue, one issue in the Middle East, and they put all their bucks into it. So less sensitive issue, let's talk about the King of Jordan. I mean, we give this little country billions of dollars, not because we like Jordanian people or we like Abdullah, okay? Same thing with the leader in Egypt, to give him billions of dollars. That is due to they want to protect one small entity in the Middle East. If tomorrow those countries were turned democratic, that could become a huge problem that the West cannot accept. So I think we're at a watershed moment in history, seeing what young people are doing around the world today. And I think the leaders in this room, it's important to do this, but it's time to engage the leadership of Western countries in D.C., London, Paris, and in Germany, to have that conversation. Stand up to the moral objectives and the high standard they have set in liberal democracies after World War II, and include the Arab people as human beings, as holders of those rights as well. You cannot have one unipolar way of looking at the world. So you're sacrificing 400 million people for 7 million people.
True.
And so it's not just the Palestinians who have suffered. A lot more people have suffered because of that stand. So I think we need to look from a 60,000-foot view, have this, but there needs to be, by the leaders sitting here, really direct engagement of the leadership of the Western countries about this issue has never been. The media doesn't talk about it. Nobody talks about it. And I think the young generation is the right people now with this watershed moment to really have that larger conversation. The only way you're going to have democracy in the Middle East if you get that issue addressed. If you don't address that issue, there is just no way in the world it's going to happen. There's no physics by which you can get there, actually. So I'd appreciate your insights into the comment.
Thank you, Doctor. Actually, the words of Dr. Salim takes me to a question that I just got. So I'm just going to paraphrase it to Dr. Al-Ouda. Dr. Al-Ouda, we see that the opposition, some people like to call it opposition, some people like to call it the fighters for freedom and democracy in Saudi Arabia and rights. So their work is now heard and seen everywhere. And our event is just one link in that. So as the work evolving towards democracy, and we are in the US, when are we going to see the US being an ally to the people of Saudi Arabia instead of being an ally to the regime of Saudi Arabia?
Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, I thought we listened to great comments and conversations here. I just wanna. I couldn't resist a joke when I heard Nabil talking about. He said he usually is invited to speak about Yemen, and now he's speaking about Saudi Arabia. And there was a friend of mine who said, a Yemeni friend. He said, for 30 years, we were demanding to join the Gulf Cooperation Council. And he said, after 30 years of demanding that, the Gulf Cooperation Council joined us instead, meaning like when they invaded Yemen in the 2015. So I guess now Yemen and Saudi Arabia is like, so to your question, Ahmed, well, to be honest, yes, we all the time say that to decision makers and people in the decision making circles that you should see interest as like also defending basic rights and democracy and all that. And from the Saudi side perspective, from the Saudi civil society perspective, I'm convinced, to be honest, and that they only care if they know that you have you have an influence in Saudi Arabia, and they will only side with you when they think that you will be part of the decision making in Saudi Arabia, or you have a very, very good chance of being part of the elite or the decision making, or which means at the end that they're not siding with anything, but rather with whoever is whoever is in charge. And more or less that's the bottom line, and this makes it harder for us and harder for everybody. But the struggle for us is clear, that we influence the Saudi people. We're part of the Saudi people. The Saudi people have a say on this. That's on one hand, and on the other is to say that even strategic interests, even people who care about like this specific and very short-sighted view of what strategic interest is, even that you're not even achieving that by putting all your eggs in one basket, in the basket of Mohammed bin Salman. So we're trying to say, at least be more rational to go with that. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does. It does. I see my colleague is. They're gonna kill me, but I'm gonna also ask the same question, and they're gonna wrap up very quickly to Dr. Dana, and we're gonna finish with Dr. Nabil.
I think it's very clear that, there is not going to be widespread support for regime change in Saudi Arabia from the United States. However, it is still extremely important that we remain engaged with the political process here, because the way that a future President Joe Biden might be dealing with Saudi Arabia is going to be very different from an unapologetic, unashamed, unabashedly pro-MBS Trump, who believes that he controls the guy. All right. So we have two crazy people instead of maybe just one who's, and the others going along with interest. I just want to say this briefly. When we were lobbying on the Yemeni issue, including on the issue of Saudi and UAE and their war in Yemen, most Congress people don't know that Yemen's a country. Okay. Like most, our congressman from Virginia here is a very clear exception. He's got constituents. He knew Jamal Khashoggi. He knows the region. I do want to really emphasize that lawmakers, policymakers, think tank members, they need education too about what the alternatives are. Because without that, they're going to keep going along with the status quo because that's what they know. And breaking an alliance in this region for the United States is something that's relatively unheard of. They don't want to make enemies out of friends. So it's very important to name and shame people who can be named and shamed in our government in order to promote better human rights promoting policy, but also to make sure that we remain engaged to continue educating and spreading awareness about viable alternatives to what's going on in Saudi. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nabil.
All right, let me just endorse that and stress, first of all, that, of course, what a great country like the US does matters very much, whether or not people are going to get their political rights everywhere. The support that the US has traditionally given to authoritarian regimes has worked directly against the interests of the people in acquiring these rights. There is no more stark an example than what's happening in Israel and Gaza right now. The speeches and the food packages that are dropped from the air and sometimes kill people don't make up for the fact that billions of dollars have gone to what was called and still is called by some the only democracy in the Middle East, which is seriously trampling on the right to live of Palestinians. So that's directly relevant what the US does or doesn't do. For human rights advocates, both in the Middle East and here fighting for human rights in the Middle East, it's very important to network and connect here. And again, the example of what's happening right now on campuses, electorally, for the first time, you have an Arab American lobby which has connected with African Americans in better ways than in the past, and with the left wing of the Democratic Party. So much so that this has scared the administration, because in two states, in Michigan and in Pennsylvania, which are swing states, and in the primaries, that coalition voted no preference. In other words, they didn't vote for Biden. And that's why you see the tone has changed, and now Biden and Blinken feel the pain of the Palestinian people, and they support their quest for statehood, their quest, not the actual statehood. And that's because they're scared that they might lose the election because of this. So it's very important to make these connections, which will amplify the voice of human rights advocates for Saudi Arabia and other people in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to go and take Dr. Nader Al-Hashimi. Question. Yeah.
First of all, congratulations on this conference. I think it's historic. One general comment. The general perception here in the United States in the West is that the people of Saudi Arabia are different than all the other people in the world. because they're not entitled to the right to self-determination. They are destined and condemned to live under a family dictatorship. The challenge for this group in this conference moving forward is to puncture and push back against that narrative, that the people of Saudi Arabia are endowed with the same basic human rights as everyone else on the planet. And I think that's an argument that will resonate broadly. And I think one way of advocating that here in the United States is to draw upon the best traditions of the founding of this country, quoting from documents like the Declaration of Independence, which was predicated on rejecting the oppression of a king and a tyrant and making the argument that legitimate government is based on the consent of the governed, and that people have the right to resist political tyranny when it's being imposed on them. So in many ways, the story of this struggle for democracy in Saudi Arabia is commensurate with and in keeping with the best traditions of American democracy. And when you make those types of arguments, I think to a broad audience, it's going to resonate. And it's going to, now people in power are not going to want to hear this, but the challenge of human rights advocacy is always naming and shaming people in the court of public opinion and pointing out their hypocrisy. So it's a long struggle, but we've started something very important here. And so the challenge is to keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That's an incredibly important point in terms of framing the struggle for liberalization and democracy. Though we also know that the human rights, sort of the founding, the link to nationalism to George Washington were also framed that way when it came to Vietnam. And the U.S. waged a war in Vietnam from 1965 to 1975 that was as devastating as anything we've seen, right? Especially to the Vietnamese people. So framing alone is incredibly important. But what I'd like to say is that when we can figure out where the more specific intersections are between policymaking and domestic policymaking and foreign policymaking, there's better leverage there too. So in the 1970s, there was the Marcos dictatorship, in the Philippines. What happened is that Filipino activists here were being actively repressed by the Marcos regime, not just for calling for democracy in the Philippines, but also for calling for better labor rights for Filipino migrants here. And what happened when the situation got messy is that certain members of Congress found out that parts of the government, our government, were colluding with the Marcos regime to repress labor activists here. And the mobilization, the outcry that came of that came in part from the alliance between activists and policymakers to protect the rule of law here, to protect sovereignty, right? So some of those framings can be helpful too, because when Saudi Arabia, for example, commits an act of transnational repression against a lawful American resident and legally peaceful journalist, it threatens the rule of law and state sovereignty everywhere. So some of the pickup we've gotten from policy people on the transnational repression issue is because we can show that's also a threat to the United States, right? It's not just a threat to a foreign people who want their human rights, because as we know, that's incredibly selective. The human rights we care about, right, are very, very selective in the world. So I hope we can think more about this framing. It's really important. Thank you.
I want to thank my guests here, Dr. Nabil Khouri, Dr. Abdullah Al-Auda, and Dr. Dana Moss. Thank you very much. I was very glad to be your moderator. I'll turn the microphone to Lena and to the next, or to Yahya Asiri.
Thank you very much for the panel, for everyone here, and for people behind the screens. Today we have a great guest, and this guest, he worked for years and years to advocate for human rights and democracy in the Arab world and everywhere. And his success at the end, and we got the Arab Spring, and from the Arab Spring, we got him as a president, elected president for one of the Arab countries in Tunisia. Dr. Munsif Marzouki, one of the most prominent human rights defenders in the Arab world, and one of the most prominent politicians in the Arab world. And he was between the Arab leaders like the one unique, because he was elected by the people and he was belonged to the people. And for that, we believe Dr. Monsef Al-Marzouqi was a model for the real people defending something and stick with it. We believe he's the real model for the people fighting the corruption when they are dissidents and stick with their words when they are in the power. Dr. Monsef Al-Marzouqi will give his speech in Arabic because we asked him, and also he wants to deliver his words word by word to the Saudi audience. We need it, and the Saudi audience, especially on the ground, they need his words. So I will introduce him in Arabic and he will do his speech in Arabic. الدكتور منصف المرزوقي هو أحد أبرز نشطاء حقوق الإنسان ربما في العالم وليس فقط في العالم العربي. هو مدرسة في حقوق الإنسان، وهو مثال نتكئ عليه عندما نقول أن السياسة لا تلتزم التنازل عن الأخلاق، ونرد على من يقولون أن والله الخط الحقوقي لا ينسجم مع الخط السياسي، لأن السياسة تقتضي المخادعة والمراوغة والكذب، لأنه كل القيم التي كان يدافع عنها عندما كان معارضا، عندما كان ناشطا، التزم بها عندما كان رئيسا. ليس بالضرورة أن يكون الرئيس كما يظنون العرب أن يكون فاسدا أو يكون مراوغا أو أن يكون كاذبا أو مثل ما قال لنا يوم أمس أن يتخلق بأخلاق من هو يقاومهم. دكتور فضل وأيضا فضلنا وطلبنا من أن يقدم كلمته بالعربية، لأنه أخبرنا أنه كتبها كلمة لأهلنا في الداخل على الأرض، ونحن وأبناء شعبنا في الداخل نحتاج كلمة الدكتور منصف، نحتاج خبرته، نحتاج هذه التجربة العريقة جدا والتطبيق الأخلاقي جدا لما كان يدعو إليه. نحتاج أن نستمع إليه ونحتاج أن يبقى هذا المدرسة الشامخة في المجال الحقوقي والمجال السياسي. فليتفضل ضيفنا الكريم.
Well, good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to apologize to my American friends because I would like to address the Saudi public and the Arab public through this conference. So please accept my excuses. I think that there would be a translation, and of course, you probably know that I'm not going to celebrate the best ruler, the best prophet in the Arab world, ruling Saudi Arabia currently, and I'm not going to celebrate the dictatorship in Saudi Arabia. So أولا أريد أن أشكر منظمي هذه الدعوة، مركز البحث والحقوق العربية، الأخ عبد الله العودة وكل الأخوة الذين ساهروا على هذه الندوة. بطبيعة الحال نحن لا يمكن أن نتحدث بدون أن نشعر وأن نترجم لكل الآلام التي تعيشها الأمة العربية، سواء عبر مأساة غزة، سواء عبر المأساة التي يعيشها الشعب السوداني، الشعب السوري، الشعب العراقي، كل الشعوب العربية. كذلك لا يمكن أن نتحدث دون أن نستحضر آلام الأفراد الذين يدافعون عن هذه الشعوب. أريد أن أذكر بالأساس يعني بعض الأسماء: سلمان العودة في السجون السعودية، بديع والكتاتني في السجون المصرية مع 100,000 سجين مصري، الغنوشي والشواشي في السجون التونسية إلى آخره. كل هذه الآلام سواء آلام الشعوب أو آلام الأفراد ناتجة بالأساس عن هذه المأساة التي نشاهدها ولا ننتبه إلى أهميتها، وهي انهيار الدول العربية الواحدة بعد الأخرى. احنا في الستينات لما رأينا انهيار الصومال قلنا هذا بلد افريقي عربي ليست له أهمية، ثم لم ننتبه أنه بدأت بعدها سلسلة الانهيارات. اليوم عندكم انهيار الدولة في العراق، انهيار الدولة في لبنان، انهيار الدولة في اليمن، انهيار الدولة في ليبيا، انهيار الدولة في سوريا، وضع محتقن جدا في تونس، وضع محتقن جدا في الجزائر، في كل الأمر. ومن يتصور أن هذه الانهيارات ستنتهي فهو مخطئ. أنا لا أستبعد أنه بعد 10 20 سنة السعودية يمكن أن تنهار بنفس الكيفية التي انهارت فيها لبنان أو انهارت فيها سوريا، لا شيء يمنع من هذا لسبب بسيط، هو نفس الأسباب تؤدي إلى نفس النتائج. أنا شخصيا لا أحب كلمة الربيع العربي، هذه كلمة يعني أخذناها من الأوروبيين. أنا أفضل قضية البراكين العربية. البراكين كمونة تنفجر عندما يصل داخلها الضغط إلى درجة معينة، وهذا الانفجار يؤدي إلى بطبيعة الحال إلى كارثة محدقة بالناس الذين يعيشون تحت هذا البركان. هذه البراكين العربية انفجرت الواحدة تلو الأخرى، وهي مستعدة للانفجار في السعودية وفي أي مكان آخر، لأنها مغذاة بنفس الأشياء، بنفس الآليات. الآليات هي يعني القمع، الفساد، والكذب على الآخرين طول الوقت. هذه هي الآليات التي تشتغل بها الأنظمة الدكتاتورية، وترفض دائما وأبدا الإصلاح. في قضية الإصلاح أنا عندي قصتين. القصة الأولى هي قصة شخصية عشتها مع بن علي في الثمانينات بعد ما قام بانقلابه. تحدثت معه وأتذكر أنني قلت له: يا سيد الرئيس، أنا ذاك كنت أخاطبه: يا سيد الرئيس، يا سيد الرئيس، الديمقراطية فيها مخاطر، لكن أكبر خطر هو عدم المخاطرة بالديمقراطية. فبطبيعة الحال لم يفهمني وانخرط في الدكتاتورية. صديق مصري اسمه محمد السيد سعيد، صحافي مصري، حكى لي نفس القصة تقريبا. قال لي أنه تكلم مع الرئيس مبارك وقال له أنه الإصلاح كذا وكذا، وأعطاه ورقة فيها بعض الأفكار عن الإصلاح، فقال له: دسها في جيبك. يعني رفض أن يأخذ هذه الورقة منه. تصوروا مثلا لو سمعني بن علي أو لو سمع مبارك يعني هذا الشخص ودخل في الإصلاحات الحقيقية وليست الإصلاحات المزيفة. تصوروا لو أنه يعني الحاكم بأمره الآن في السعودية استمع إلى سلمان العودة ولم يضعه في السجن، ربما كانت الأمور تذهب في اتجاه مختلف تماما، لكن هذا لم يقع. ما رأيناه وما نراه الآن هو التمسك بالآليات الثلاث التي هي القمع، التي هي الفساد، والتي هي البروباغندا. لاحظوا أن هذه الآليات الثلاث هي التي تمكن هذه الأنظمة من البقاء، ولكن هذه الآليات الثلاث هي التي تموت بها. يعني هم يعيشون بهذه الآليات ويموتون بها. في قضية الفساد هم يفسدون ما يستطيعون، لكن في آخر المطاف الضمائر الحية التي تخلق التاريخ لا يستطيعون شراء، هم يشترون الفاسدون من أمثالهم الذين سيتخلون عنهم في أول. هم أيضا يعني يكذبون طول الوقت على أنفسهم ويصدقون أكاذيبهم ويصبحون يعيشون في عالم سحري إلى أن يفيقون بالواقع الحقيقي الذي رفضوا مواجهته. هم بالقمع أيضا في آخر المطاف لن يقمعوا إلا الجبناء ولن يقمعوا إلا الضعفاء، ولكنهم يصطفون الشجعان ويصطفون من يستطيعون القيام بهم. فيما يخص القمع، أنا أريد أن أتحدث عن خاصية في القمع في السعودية التي لم أعرفها في أي مكان آخر إلا في السعودية. وبصفتي كرجل يعني حقوقي أؤمن بحقوق الإنسان، أعتبر أن هذه وصمة عار في جبين هذا النظام ويجب أن يكف عنها، ألا وهي قصة الأطفال الذين يلقى عليهم القبض وهم في 11 ثم ينتظروا أن يبلغوا في السن 18 ثم تقطع رؤوسهم. هذه أكبر جريمة حسب رأيي. لم يعرف تاريخ الجرائم، يعلم الله أن تاريخ البشرية مليان بالجرائم، لكن جريمة كهذه لم تقع إلا في السعودية. يعني أطفال يؤخذون ثم يوضعون في السجون إلى أن يبلغوا مرحلة يعني يبلغوا ثم تقطع رؤوسهم. لماذا؟ أنا هؤلاء الناس الذين يرتكبون هذه الجرائم لا أعرف كيف سيواجهون أولا ضمائرهم، ثم كيف سيواجهون الله. هم لا يعلمون، هم لم يقرأوا يعني في القرآن أنه من قتل نفسا بغير نفس أو فساد في الأرض فكأنما قتل الناس جميعا. يعني هم يقتلون البشرية مرات ومرات ومرات. هذه الجريمة أعتقد أن هذه الجريمة النكرة التي اختص بها النظام السعودي يجب أن تقف. على كل الحقوقيين وعلى كل الديمقراطيين في العالم أن يقولوا كفى، يكفي من هذا في هذا العالم من فظاعات، لا تضيف في هذه الفظاعة إلى سجل الفظاعات التي ترتكبها البشرية في حق نفسها. يعني هذا شيء لا يقبل، لا يمكن لأي إنسان له الحد الأدنى من الضمير والإحساس أن يقبل بهذا النوع من القمع. بالطبع هم هؤلاء الناس للأسف الشديد مثل ما قلت سيواصلون العمل بهذه الآليات، يعني القمع، الفساد، البروباغندا والكذب على الناس وعلى الآخرين، إلى أن تنتهي بهم العملية إلى ما نعرف إلى انفجار البركان. هناك أيضا شيء لم ينتبهوا إليه، وأنا أعرفهم جيدا، أعرف كثير من هؤلاء الناس كيف يفكرون. هم لم ينتبهوا إلى تغيير الأجيال، وحتى الغربيين أيضا، القادة الغربيين لم شوفوا الآن كم هم مفاجئون بما يقع في الجامعات الأمريكية. يعني شيء مفاجئ. لماذا؟ لأن هناك تغيير الأجيال تغيرت، وهؤلاء الناس حتى ولو كانوا شباب مثل هذا الأمير محمد بن سلمان ما زالوا يحكمون بعقلية الآباء والأجداد، لم ينتبهوا إلى أن هناك أجيال مختلفة جدا لا علاقة لها أبدا يعني أنت تريد أن تحكم أجيال جديدة اللي نسميها الإي جينيريشن، تريد أن تحكم هذه الأجيال الجديدة بعقلية البدو لآبائك وأجدادك في القرن السابع عشر والثامن عشر، وهذا هو الغباء بعينه. يعني عدم الانتباه إلى هذه التغييرات الجيولوجية إن صح التعبير في تركيبة المجتمع. النتيجة مثل ما هو أنه إحنا هنا منفيين نتحدث، مفروض أن كنا في بلداننا الآن يعني نساهم في بناء مجتمعاتنا، لكن أنا منفي، أنتم منفيين، كنا منفيين، كنا في بلدان الغربة إلى آخره. يعني فيه آلام عبثية، وفيه تضييع عبثي للطاقات، وفيه إهدار عبثي لكل هذه الطاقات، وفيه تضييع وقت إلى آخره إلى آخره. لكن هل يعني فيش خير آخر غير مواصلة النضال. إذن أنا يعني كعربي وكتونسي أعرف أنه ربما أصعب المعارك لفرض الديمقراطية ستكون في بلادكم في السعودية. ربما لا توجد بلد يعني سيكون فيه من الصعب جدا أن تبنى هذه الديمقراطية قدر السعودية، لكن لكل ثمين ثمن باهظ يعني، وهذا أثمن ما يمكن أن تقوموا به، وهو إحلال الديمقراطية التي هي حق من حقوق الإنسان. من حق الإنسان السعودي أن يتمتع بالديمقراطية، من حق الشعب السعودي أن يتمتع بالديمقراطية، وهذا أمر لن يستطيع أحدا أن يمنعه منه. إذن يعني ما أريد أن أقوله هو أنه رغم كل شيء، رغم كل هذه الصعوبات، رغم كل الانفجارات البركانية التي تنتظرنا، فلا خيار لنا كلنا جميعا غير أن نثبت على هذا المبدأ، وأنه يعني هذه الشعوب أيضا لها الحق في الديمقراطية، لها الحق في الحرية، وأنه كل الإغراءات. يعني أنا أحيانا يعني أستغرب في المثال السعودي، هو أنه كانت هناك الفترة التدين بالقوة، والآن اللهو بالقوة. يعني شيء مضحك، تدين بالقوة، تدينوا بالقوة، والآن الهوا وكونوا سعداء بالقوة. يعني شيء مضحك بطبيعة الحال. لا التدين كان صحيح، ولا اللهو هو صحيح، ولا شيء من هذا سليم لا يمكن لأي مجتمع سليم أن يخرج من هذه يعني التصرفات، أولا التي لا تأخذ بعين الاعتبار التجارب، وثانيا التي لا تريد أن تتعلم من تجارب التاريخ، والتي لا تفهم أن هذه الأجيال الجديدة لا علاقة لها بالأجيال القديمة، ولا يمكن حكمها بالأجيال القديمة. أخشى ما أخشى أن هذه البراكين العربية ستواصل انفجارها، أنه سيكون هناك الكثير من الآلام، سيكون هناك الكثير من العبث ومن تضييع الوقت. لكن مرة أخرى عندي قناعة أن هذه الأجيال الجديدة أيضا التي نراها اليوم في أمريكا، وأنا أحيي هذه الأجيال الجديدة التي تقف مع شعبنا في غزة. هذه الأجيال الجديدة لها دور كبير، لأنه يعني ما يحدث الآن في أمريكا شيء مهم جدا، لأنه دليل على أنه يعني القضية في فلسطين ليست قضية عرق ضد عرق، دين ضد دين، حضارة غربية ضد حضارة عربية إسلامية. هذا كله انتهى بفضل هؤلاء الشباب الأمريكيين، أنه لا، هذه المعركة الآن هي معركة قيم، معركة قيم مشتركة، معركة أحلام مشتركة، معركة ديمقراطية حقيقية مشتركة في كل العالم، وهذا بالنسبة لي شيء إيجابي جدا. إذن أنا رغم كل الآلام وكل الصعوبات ما زلت على ثقة تامة أن هذه الأجيال التي نراها تتحرك اليوم في الجامعات الأمريكية والتي تتحرك في بلداننا هي التي ستنهي هذا العبث، هذا الغباء، لأنه كل هذا عبث وغباء. كل هذه الآلام كلها عبث وغباء، لأنه لو كان هؤلاء الناس تعلموا من تجارب التاريخ لسمعوا سلمان العودة في السعودية، ولا سمعوا محمد السيد سعيد في مصر، ولا ربما سمع عن ذلك الدكتاتور الذي انتهى كما تعلمون، لأنه رفض أن يسمع الكلام. إذن إخواني أخواتي، دون أطول عليكم، يجب أن نتشبث بأحلامنا، يجب أن نبقى متشبثين إلى آخر رمق بهذه الأحلام، لأنه في آخر المطاف ليس لنا خيار آخر. وكما يقول شاعرنا، وأنا أريد أن أنهي بهذا: ولا بد لليل أن ينجلي، ولا بد للقيد أن ينكسر. والسلام عليكم.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marzouki. This is not an accurate translation by any means. This is just a rough summary of the points or the main highlights of Dr. Marzouki's remarks. So first, he thanked the organizers of this event, and we talk here about the pains and sufferings of the Arab world in general. As we can see that suffering and pain is everywhere in the Middle East. Talking about Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, everywhere we have been seeing that the fall of the countries and those in that region, and we will continue to see the fall of those countries. And actually, we do not like the word Arab Spring. We prefer to call it the Arab volcanoes, because we think that volcanoes come when we have irresistible pressure inside them. And we think that the volcanoes will continue to erupt in that part of the world. And oppression in the Middle East and the regimes in the Middle East rely on three main points: corruption, oppression, and propaganda. So as long as they have these three tools, they will continue to rule on those in that part of the country and on those countries. And actually, I'd like to give a small conversation I had with former president of Tunisia, Ben Ali. I told him that democracy involves a lot of risks, but the biggest risk is that if we do not embark on the democracy journey. And the Arab leaders, they need to wake up to the ongoing events in the region, and they should pay attention to the change of thinking in the new generations. And for Saudi Arabia specifically, I would like to point out that we have seen something that we have not seen anywhere else, where they have imprisoned children at the age of 11 or 12, and they keep them imprisoned until they reach 18, and then they get executed and beheaded. And we remember from the Quran one verse that says, whoever kills one soul unjustifiably is as if killing all the people of the world. So the rulers of those countries, they need to pay attention to the change in the thinking of the new generations. You cannot rule the new generations with the outdated Bedouin mentality. In Saudi Arabia, they've been enforcing religion, and they've done this in the past. Now they are trying to enforce entertainment on the people, and neither would work with the new generation. The new generations do not understand this type of mentality. And we think that the toughest battle for democracy will be in Saudi Arabia. And I know it's a long struggle, but hopefully we'll reach there at one point. It is the right of the Saudi citizen to have the basic human rights as any other people in the world. Again, volcanoes will continue to erupt, and we should applaud also the movement here in the US by the young American people in the American universities, which actually also reflects the new generations who understand what is going on around the world. These pains and sufferings will continue, but we will not stop here. We'll continue to dream, and hopefully we will reach our goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the inspiring words. Thank you for the translation. So now we have 15 minutes break. I invite you all to have some coffee. And again, as Dr. Abdullah said, we have the exhibition. Please have a look. It's really worth it. And thank you, everyone. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
ممكن ان انت تشارك تجلس هنا مثلا.
Guys, there is gallery outside, so please, if you can join outside. If you can continue the break and chatting outside with the gallery, because of the filming and pictures outside, please.
I think Ahmed has stands or something. Yeah, he said he.
How many do you have? 17, but we don't need all of them.
طيب, you know what? Maybe before trying to find a solution here, should we take a picture?
الإنسان هو اللي يجب يكون المصدر الأول والأخير لكل نشاطاتنا، يعني هو ثمرة.
It's not working. بس الكاميرا. فهمي, you're gonna be amazing. لا تقلق.
هذه محاكم التفتيش يجب ان نديرها وان ندفع الثمن. النهر يحمل مجراه، النهر يحمل مجراه.
يوسف أقود سيارتي خارج المملكة للأسف. كم كنت أود أن أقود سيارتي داخل بلدي مثل أي بلد طبيعي.
أنت في الحزب يعطي من فضائه الخاص
نمط نظام العمل السياسي الذي يضبط بشكل حقيقي من الخارج يجب بصراحة الداخل والخارج معا.
وين الميكروفون؟
لا هو نفسه ده يشتغل.
لا هذا ما يشتغل. تمام. Hi everyone, we're back. تمام. Okay, we're starting the second part of the conference, and the first panel will be international political relations and their impact on local democracy, moderated by Fahmi Shihabi, who is a Saudi Palestinian human rights activist, and he is also part of the NAS party. So he will be presenting his panelists as well.
Where?
I don't see the where you wish. تيس ما هي جاية؟ تيس. Where is she?
Thank you everyone for attending today and still being here. First, I'd like to introduce the guest speakers. I'd start with Ms. Tess McHenry. She was an executive director of the Project on Middle East Democracy before its merger with the Freedom Initiative, and it became the Middle East Democracy Center, where she serves as the executive director. She was also twice previously the director for democracy and human rights at the White House National Security Council, and served in senior positions at the Department of State and U.S. Agency for International Development. Next, we have Dr. Nader Hashimi. He's the director of Al-Walid Center for Muslim and Christian Understanding, and he's also an associate professor at Georgetown University in the School of Foreign Service. Next, we have David Ottaway. He's a senior scholar at the Woodrow Wilson Center, International Center for Scholars, and a former Washington Post correspondent. And last but not least, Dr. John Hoffman. He's a research fellow at the Cato Institute and an adjunct professor at George Mason University. We will be discussing, as my colleague Lina Al-Hadloul, the international political relations and their impact on democratic values. If you allow me to start first with Ms. Tess. You mentioned, as we know, that Biden-Harris administration, when they came to power, they pledged that they would promote and advance the human rights and democratic values in the world. But we see a lot of contradiction now in their policies, especially with Saudi Arabia, as was discussed in the previous panel, where Saudi Arabia and MBS turned from a pariah statement to a leader where fist bumps and like doing business and deals. So what causes this contradiction, and what value has Saudi Arabia for the Biden administration?
First, I want to thank everyone for being here. Also, I just want to acknowledge that the only reason I'm here is because of the sacrifice and the faith and dedication of human rights defenders in Saudi Arabia, in the diaspora, and of course, those who are no longer here with us. So I just want to pay deep respect to all of them and their voices, because I am just a proxy. And so I hope to do all of you proud who defend democracy and human rights for Saudi Arabians. So what I'll start with, I don't think is a surprise, is that what officials say on the campaign trail rarely survives to their administration and how they govern. So you rightly noted that there were many quotes, including by the current National Security Advisor and the president, not just that Saudi Arabia was a pariah, but there were many quotes about rethinking entirely the relationship with Saudi Arabia, specifically naming the war in Yemen and the endless supply of weapons. I mean, really aggressive statements about we will rethink how we work with dictators. And I will tell you that a few short months into my experience in the White House National Security Council, 6 months into the administration of the Biden administration, is they were had just released the sort of Khashoggi report from the intelligence community that showed the complicity, right, of MBS and the Saudi regime, had done a few punitive actions, hadn't really robustly responded, and then found themselves very, very publicly thankful for Saudi's role in advancing a ceasefire in Yemen, a conflict that they are a party to, an aggressive contributor to, and an aggressor. And so I think in a way, very early, within months into the administration, you saw how the conflict of, for lack of a better term, real life and geopolitics, the same geopolitical assumptions, I would call them faulty assumptions, that have existed for decades, continued to exist. And that the administration abandoned this focus on human rights for Saudi in appreciation of something that a warring party should be able to do at a bare minimum. So for the question of how did we get here, how did we get to this, back to this business as usual, is I would say there are three main national security interests of the United States with Saudi Arabia, and have been for a long time. The first of which is hard security, right? We think that by providing Saudi weapons and access to foreign military sales and assistance and cooperation, that we get security for ourselves in the region. The second is oil, very simply. And the third now, which is more current, is to prevail in the competition with China. And the explanation of that often changes depending on what administration you're talking to. And what I would say is, where is the monitoring and evaluation and metrics for whether those three national security interests have ever been achieved with Saudi? Because what happens is that every administration, including the Biden administration, will say, we can't bring up democracy, we can't bring up human rights because we need security and we need oil and we need to prevail in this competition with China. And I would like to ask if the Biden administration has achieved any of those three things with Saudi in the last 3 years. I don't think there's really any evidence they have. I would point to continued war in Yemen, a blockade of Qatar, kidnapping the Lebanese prime minister. I would look at a fist bump that was delivered 2 years ago in exchange for hopefully OPEC lowering its prices, which didn't happen. And then multiple Saudi representatives said on TV to journalists, we don't consider our economic and security relationships with the United States to be related. While the National Security Advisor for the United States said, yes, definitely, they are related. They are intrinsically related. And this leads to the point of, has the US government, has the Biden administration examined their decades-long assumptions of foreign policy with Saudi, with the Gulf, with authoritarians in the Middle East? I think the clear answer is no. I think a lot of people are afraid to test their assumptions, are afraid to try something different. And my argument has always been, instead of trading fully democracy and human rights in Saudi and other countries in exchange for results you're not getting, why not try something new? Because the worst that can happen is you continue to not get what you're asking for. And I will turn this now to, I think, what's all on our minds. Of course, several people mentioned the Israeli war in Gaza, the continued lack of self-determination for the Palestinian people, and related to that, the Abraham Accords. The previous Trump administration initiated them, and the Biden administration, and what was also a shock to me as a former member of the administration, was very enthusiastic about them, accelerated them, and whether a coincidence or not, met in Riyadh multiple times in the summer of 2023 to try to bring them to completion, which many analysts have cited as perhaps a motivating factor for why Hamas carried out the attacks on October 7th. One of many motivating factors, right? A matchstick that was lit as these Abraham Accords continued to lack any mention of Palestinian self-determination or statehood. So now here we are 7 months into this war, and the administration has turned back to normalization with Saudi and Israel and the Abraham Accords as now also somehow paradoxically the solution to the war in Gaza. And I know we'll get into this later, but I would say, despite news reporting on constant deals, always being at the edge of a deal, it has been Netanyahu's made very clear he will sign no deal that involves self-determination and statehood for the Palestinian people, and the Saudis have expressed that as a condition for normalization. So what we're looking at, again, getting back to my original point, is continued trade-offs on standing up for democracy and human rights in order for the United States to achieve its national security interests that it keeps failing to achieve. So I hope today at this conference, and I know several people ask questions related to this point, how can we form a US policy that discards these old assumptions and actually centers human rights in its foreign policy more broadly, but specifically with Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Ms. McHenry, for that answer. That brings me to the next question. You alluded to it in a way. Dr. Nader, we know that in the previous few months that we have seen the State Secretary, Antony Blinken, going back and forth to the region, and especially to Saudi Arabia, and meeting with the Crown Prince and Saudi officials. So what makes Saudi Arabia important and a cornerstone for US policies, and that has to be involved to be part of these actions?
That's a great question. And I want to answer the question by telling everyone an important story that helped me understand the reason why the United States is so strongly committed to perpetuating the family dictatorship in Saudi Arabia. So there was an important event that happened in March of 2018 in this country when, as the Crown Prince, MBS, came to the United States for the first time. And, you know, I was in Denver at the time. I was following it closely, and a journalist leaked to me the itinerary of his visit and who he would be meeting with. I happen to actually bring the document here, and you can look at it. It's about 36 pages long. And to summarize, if you look at who MBS was meeting with at that time, it was effectively every single influential member of America's ruling elite across the spectrum. Political leaders, people in security, people in industry, CEOs, education, media, and Hollywood. I don't have time to read the list because I said it's 36 pages long. Former presidents, current secretaries of state. I mean, you just go through the list, Obama, Clinton, and not just the political dimension on both sides. And then, you know, university presidents. And when I read through the list and I started to think about it, first question is, when was the last sort of political leader of any country in the world came to the United States given this type of red carpet treatment? I can't think of a parallel. And so the question is, why was MBS given this heroic reception? Of course, remember, this was before the revelations of the Ritz-Carlton shakedown became public knowledge, before the brutal dismemberment and murder of Jamal Khashoggi, before the horrors of the war in Yemen became public knowledge. So he still had this reputation, right? And I think the main reason why, just to cut to the chase, is because there's a realization that Saudi Arabia is a major source of wealth. The Saudi Private Investment Fund is one of the biggest in the world. It's about $925 billion. And the United States, broadly speaking, across the spectrum, wants that wealth in one way or the other to be redirected into the Western economy. I think that's at the basis of it. I mean, there's other things going on here. I think that broadly speaks to why there was such a heroic reception. The other element was that, and this is actually really foundational, and it's not properly understood. Saudi Arabia always has had a public relations problem here in the West because of the internal conditions, its repression, treatment of women, promotion of Salafi Wahhabi Islam, etc. But when MBS comes to power, he starts talking a more liberal line. And this is music to the ears of the ruling elites and business people in this country, because the challenge that they face is they want to have a warm embrace with Saudi Arabia at the level of ruling elites. But the problem is civil society in America, intellectuals, students, human rights groups are saying, wait a second, we have certain values that we want to uphold. And how can you justify this type of close embrace with this dictatorship when we claim to be a democracy? So that's always been a problem. But when MBS comes to power, he's saying, well, wait a second. I want to allow women to drive now. I want to roll in the, religious police, et cetera. And this is music to the ears of finally this person is coming to allow us to cement the relationship we always wanted. So I think at the basis of this relationship is really this question of the wealth, the desire to have that wealth coming to the United States. And the challenge for us here who are on the Democratic side of this debate is how we can advance our advocacy at the level of civil society, among groups, among NGOs, to pressure our elected politicians who don't really listen to society. They listen to lobby groups, private interests, the people who shape policy. But it's still at the same time, they have to be attuned to what public opinion is. So when it was just mentioned that when Biden was coming into power, why was Biden so critical of Saudi Arabia? Because he knew that resonated in the Democratic Party among young people. People were outraged over what happened to Jamal Khashoggi. People were outraged over the stories coming out of Yemen. Biden knew that, and so he played to that base. Public opinion does matter. But as soon as he established political power, came into office, it was back to business as usual. Right? The story had sort of faded a bit. So this is the big challenge. The challenge is how do we and so my one last piece of advice is I think going forward, advocates of democracy in Saudi Arabia have to, I think, put our energy not in the ruling elites, politicians. We should still, to the extent possible, engage with them, obviously, but our natural allies are going to be in society. And you can see that playing out all across the political spectrum. In many ways, the problem here is really the problem of American democracy. Our democracy here in the United States is shaped by private money, private interests, and lobby groups across a whole series of issues, not just foreign policy. The challenge is for us to strengthen our connections with civil society, doing exactly what these heroic students are doing in American campuses today on the issue of Israel-Palestine, right? You can see the divide right now between society, students, faculty, intellectuals, and then, the presidents of these universities who are all responding to outside pressure coming from rich, powerful groups. It's basically the same story in terms of the struggle for democracy in the United States with respect to the question of democracy in Saudi Arabia. And so that means it's an uphill battle. You're up against, again, if you look at the itinerary, you're up against powerful people. Elon Musk, Mike Bloomberg, Mark Zuckerberg, Silicon Valley, all of the people who basically, influence the shape of this. So we don't have those resources and the wealth, but what we do have is we have truth on our side, we have justice on our side, we have democracy and human rights on our side, and that is going to resonate among a broad audience. And we can, I think, publicly shame and expose those people in power who invoke democracy and human rights when it's to their advantage, like in East Europe, Ukraine, Iran, other places. But when it comes to Saudi Arabia and when it comes to Israel and Palestine, they shut up. And so that's part of the challenge for us who are trying to sort of, push this issue forward. It's an uphill battle, but I think it's one that we can eventually win.
Thank you, Dr. Nader. And I would like to add to the values that you mentioned, that we also have consistency. Like you said, the administration and the political elites, they're inconsistent. So they would be justifying one way, and then for the next cause, they would intertwine.
It's fundamentally about power.
Yeah.
Politics is about the struggle for power. People who have power, who have influence. Unfortunately, the nature of our political system here is that we don't have a system where everyone is equal when it comes to their political influence. Effectively, and there's a lot of studies, you can buy elections if you throw enough money at it. You can shape policy if you throw enough money at it. But still, we're not living in a, we're heading in an authoritarian direction, but we're not there yet. So we can still, I think, push back against those powerful forces because public opinion still does matter, and we're seeing it right now on university campuses.
Thank you again. Moving on next to Dr. John Hoffman. We can't talk about international political relations without talking about the much talked about Saudi-Israel normalization deal that is being discussed and cooking at the moment, we can say. You discussed in your presentation the convergence of Israeli elites' interests and the Gulf autocratic leaders, and specifically Saudi Arabia and MBS interest with Israel. What interest and what do they share in common, and why is it that they want so bad to normalize? Although they are doing their work under the table, like it's public, but it's not really public. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
So first, let me say thank you to Abdullah and Ahmed for inviting me to participate. So on the topic of the Abraham Accords, I think it's necessary to just take a step back first. U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East has been remarkably consistent, whether it, regardless of who holds the White House, right, left, blue, red, up, down, it doesn't really matter. Over more than 8 decades, U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East has been rooted in 2 foundational pillars. One is this myth of authoritarian stability, the idea that autocrats in the Middle East are the best upholders of American interests, are the only ones capable of keeping the region under control, et cetera, et cetera. Saudi Arabia is the epitome of that. Saudi Arabia was the first Arab state to enter the U.S. sphere of interest. The second pillar of U.S. Middle East policy is unwavering support for the state of Israel. This relationship, this special relationship, as JFK referred to it, is really unique in that it's unparalleled by America's engagement with any other foreign nation. And we've seen the tremendous negative ramifications of that the past 7 months in the onslaught in Gaza. Traditionally, these 2 pillars have operated on paper in somewhat isolation from one another. But the Abraham Accords were an effort to merge these 2 pillars together. And it was an effort to forcibly sideline the issues that typically stood in the way of greater more overt cooperation between Arab autocrats and Israel, which was the Palestinian issue and Arab public opinion. The Abraham Accords sought to sideline both of those. These are about power. These are not about peace. So what we have with the Accords is a way that the United States seeks to maintain the status quo in the region, but also a way in which Israeli and Arab elites also seek to maintain the status quo in the region. What is the status quo? Well, there are three elements to it, the three interests you were that you mentioned. The first is its illiberal nature. Clearly, states like Saudi Arabia have a vested interest in keeping this illiberal nature. They're incredibly illiberal. But Israel has a vested interest in maintaining this illiberal status quo as well. Israel knows that popular Arab public opinion is overwhelmingly in favor of the Palestinians. Governments that are accountable to their people in the Middle East would be far more demanding in the struggle for Palestinian liberation and Palestinian rights. So that's this first interest, this desire to maintain an illiberal order. The second interest is the regional balance of power. The regional balance of power skews heavily in favor of states like Saudi Arabia, Israel, the UAE, Egypt, and so on, and that's undergirded by the unwavering support of the United States. So in order to advance these first two interests, that's where number three comes in, which is keep the United States paying, essentially, for upholding this order. So when we talk about the Abraham Accords and we talk about this normalization deal with Saudi Arabia, in Israel, the prospective normalization deal, which I've argued numerous times would be the worst U.S. foreign policy decision since Iraq in 2003. This is a continuation of failed policy. This is a continuation of flawed frameworks and flawed assumptions when it comes to the Middle East. Whether it'll actually happen, there was rumors yesterday of this new Plan B, which completely sidelines the Israelis and completely sidelines the normalization issue. And it seems like the United States and Saudi might try to go for just a bilateral pact between the two of them. This was in the Guardian reported yesterday. Again, I think it faces enormous hurdles in the Senate, so we'll see if it actually materializes. But just the idea that this is being entertained is representative of a broader failed U.S. Middle East policy.
Thank you, Dr. John. David, in your paper that you shared with us, you are critical of and you discussed the risks of a security pact with Saudi Arabia, with the US. And you mentioned also that this pact has no formal agreement was signed before. So, although I know, many of us know that there was an agreement long time ago in the 1930s or early 40s between King Abdulaziz and Franklin D. Roosevelt in the Suez Canal. How is this different, and why do you think it's risky for the United States?
Whatever existed in 1945 did not go beyond Roosevelt. We've had no security pact. In fact, what strikes me as somebody who's been writing about Saudi Arabia since the Arab boycott of 1973 is that for the first time, the Saudis want some kind of formal security relationship and treaty with the United States. They have never wanted one. And believe me, Saud al-Faisal, the late former foreign minister, talked to me again and again about why it was important to keep the American military presence over the horizon so that it could not be seen inside Saudi Arabia. And it certainly was seen during the Gulf War, but the Saudis wanted to us to get out there as fast as possible. And not only did we get out, we had to dismantle what was going to be the main forward headquarters for the CENTCOM, from all military activity from Afghanistan to Lebanon. And we had to get out of there too. They did not want us on Saudi soil because they were terrified that the Islamists would use that against the ruling Saudi family. and it would cause them, the American presence would cause them more trouble than it would provide security. So for somebody seen this for, decades, that the Saudis did not want anything to do with the Americans formally. They wanted everything to do with us under the table, and they wanted us over the horizon and come save them if the Iranians attacked or whatever. But they didn't want to have a formal, and to me, I think we all have to, the first thing I said, why are they changing their attitude? Why are they willing to take this risk now? And what does it mean for the United States? So in my paper, I try to look at, the risks for them and the risks for us of getting involved in anything so formal as a mutual security pact. I doubt we're going to have one. I think it'll end up, because they'll never be able to get it through the Senate, we'll have something more like a statement from Biden about, sort of like what Jimmy Carter did in 1980 as he was leaving, about, the Persian Gulf. We will not allow any outside power to come in and try to replace the United States, sort of what they were saying, as the guarantor of security. But anyway, we'll see before too long what comes out of it. Anyway, this is a tremendously important moment where both sides have to figure out, is it worth this relationship becoming more formalized? Is this going to be, for example, for MBS, how does he pretend to be non-aligned or join the BRIC alliance, which is all about standing up to American economic and political dominance of the world order, and have a security alliance with the United States? It's an incredible contradiction. And so there are issues on both sides. For us, as I argue in the paper, this would embed us in the Iranian-Saudi rivalry permanently. And we have to figure out, is that worth it? Do we want to do that? Or do we continue with more informal, ad hoc, if something happens, we form an ad hoc alliance and go ahead with whatever we have to do. And Iran is the key issue in my mind. It's even more important than China, because the Iranians are up to 60% purification of uranium. They're well on their way to being able to produce a bomb. And what's on the minds of Biden, and it will be on the minds of Trump, is how do we stop this from happening? Iran having a nuclear weapon. And that's why they think we need an alliance that involves the Saudis, the Israelis, and the Americans. And, well, let me stop there.
Thank you, David. David also discussed in his paper the value of the Security Pact, where Biden administration, after the Iranian attack on Israel, that informed the Israeli officials that the United States would not be engaging with Israel on retaliation attacks on Iranian soils. So let me take the question to Dr. Nader. And so for normalization with Israel, between Saudi Arabia and Israel, knowing that the United States would not go to war for Saudi Arabia and Israel also, what benefits that could the Saudis be getting? For example, like we can see now the United States blesses Israel and bestows upon them diplomatic cover, continuous arm supplies, and basically all that it needs to commit what it's committing at the moment. So wouldn't that be sufficient for the Saudis to do this deal?
Let me add a couple of points here. Regarding the previous conversation about the United States giving Saudi Arabia security guarantees, let's be clear what that actually means. These are security guarantees, not for the people of Saudi Arabia, but for the royal family. Or if you want to be more precise, we're effectively giving security guarantees to a brutal dictator to rule for as long as he wants to. And so the next time, for example, there's an Arab Spring moment in the region and people are protesting, do these security guarantees require the United States to come in and crush a popular uprising? It sounds like it to me. The details aren't there, but very much part of this idea of security means we want to secure for, in perpetuity, authoritarianism in Saudi Arabia. That's not something the United States should be supporting for obvious reasons. So that's point number one. The second thing about the convergence of interest between Saudi Arabia and Israel and why they're so close and why the United States wants to formalize an agreement between them, I think it's important to realize that while Iran is a factor that bring these two countries together, I think what's at a what's much more foundational to the union and convergence of interests between the Saudi royal family and the state of Israel are two things in particular. One, both Saudi Arabia and Israel share a deep fear over the question of regional democratization. Both of them responded in very similar ways to the Arab Spring. It's a reason why, you know, the Abraham Accords only exist when you have Arab dictators in power. No Arab public would support the Abraham Accords. And let's be clear, it's not because Arabs generally or Muslims generally have a problem, you know, with Jews or with, the rights of Israel under international law. They want justice for the Palestinians, right? So if there was an arrangement that gave some justice for the Palestinians, either in two states or in one state, I think most people would support that. But people are not going to support an arrangement that effectively, the Abraham Accords, that solidifies an axis of repressive regimes, Israel and other Arab dictators, while the Palestinians get absolutely nothing. I mean, most people just looking at what's happening can see that. Unfortunately, people in Washington can't see that because, you know, they're living in many ways a parallel universe where they think that, you know, public opinion doesn't matter in the Arab and Islamic world. But so Israel and Saudi Arabia share this deep, you know, fear of regional democratization. And they also have a shared sort of fear of Palestinian nationalism. Palestinian nationalism, obviously from Israel's perspective, is a big fear because they want the land. They want to crush Palestinian nationalism. They want Mahmoud Abbas to be sort of the dictator of the Palestinians supported by the United States. But Saudi Arabia and Arab dictators also fear Palestinian nationalism for reasons that we're seeing right now since October the 7th. Palestinian nationalism is a marker of identity for Arabs and Muslims and people in the global South. It stirs up political contestation, political mobilization in countries. People come into the streets and they ask, what are our leaders doing? They want accountability. They want answers. So Palestinian nationalism is a big fear for dictators like MBS and others in the region because it produces this type of domestic insurgency. And so trying to crush Palestinian nationalism, which effectively actually is the conversation that's going on right now. You mentioned Blinken. When Blinken goes on his tour and he meets with all of these dictators, publicly, these dictators are saying we support the Palestinians. What's happening in Gaza is terrible. Privately, they're telling Blinken, tell Israel to finish the job in Gaza because we don't like what's going on there. We don't like what popular insurgency represents for our political order and stability in the region. That's really what's happening. So that's where these countries, you know, they want to maintain the authoritarian status quo. Israel for its own reasons because it wants the land. Arab dictators because they want to stay in power and they don't like these types of sort of movements for democratization, and the Palestinian nationalist movement sort of feeds into that type of instability. I think that's really what's driving this. I agree Iran is a factor, but I think in many ways it's just one factor among many. There are deeper sort of, I think, interests here that are bringing Israel and Saudi Arabian Arab dictators together. And that also has implications for here in the United States because now trying to shift American policy in Saudi Arabia, in the Arab world, is a much bigger challenge because now you have the whole network of AIPAC and the Likud lobby, who are very powerful and are influencing U.S. foreign policy, who are opposing movements for democratization in the Arab world explicitly because they feel it threatens, you know, the interests of Israel. So this is sort of a new challenge that we have that didn't exist in previous years, but now it's very much part of the political landscape in this country, and it has to be dealt with.
Thank you, Dr. Nader. And further proof to your point, and I would like to mention, like today only, Bloomberg just published a report about not only the interest or the rights of the Palestinians are affected, but also Saudi citizens as young as 10-year-old were detained for their public support for Palestine.
Online, yeah, supporting
online.
Palestine. So there you go. I mean, so that exposes the hypocrisy of these Arab dictators. Not just that, there was a piece in the New York Times, I think about 3-4 days ago, really important. It covered the whole Arab world. In Jordan, for example, Amnesty International has reported 1,600 Jordanian citizens arrested for supporting and opposing a genocide in Gaza by a country that publicly claims to be on the side of the Palestinians, and that's happening across the Arab world. So it amplifies my point, right? There's a convergence of interests between these Arab dictatorial regimes and Israel, and then the United States sort of being the quarterback, trying to bring this all together, thinking that this is going to promote, stability and peace in the region. If you look at the discourse in this country prior to October the 7th, there was huge excitement that finally peace had arrived in the Middle East because Saudi Arabia and Israel were going to formalize relations, and we're going to have a big celebration. And I could sort of see the writing on the wall. Netanyahu and MBS were going to be invited to the White House, and Biden was going to stand behind them and proclaim, the end of conflict in the region. This is how these people are thinking. Well, on the ground, people are suffering, people are starving, people are suffocating in these authoritarian regimes, and the people of Gaza, perhaps the worst off in the region. So this is the chasm that exists between what people in Washington are saying and what the reality on the ground is in the region. I think we have to always keep that in mind.
Thanks again. And that brings me to the next question to Ms. Tess. You've been extremely critical of the normalization between Saudi and Israel. Why is that? Although, like many, let's say, political elites, we've discussed it deeply, that they are encouraging such an agreement. But what makes you critical of such an agreement, if there are more reasons that has already been discussed?
I won't repeat too many reasons because I think the panelists have really gone in depth on this, but I do want to emphasize a point that's been made already about the self-interest of all the parties to foreign relations we see in the Middle East. So whether it's countries across the Middle East or specifically in the Gulf, Israel, the United States, what everybody is pursuing is their interest in staying in power. Either that government or that regime or that administration's interest in staying in power, responding to the interests that keep them in power. I think a lot of what we're seeing, and this is where the Abraham Accords really have a poisoning effect, is that authoritarian regimes are not responsible to their people. So they're not responsible to the wishes and desires of how they want to be governed, of how they want their human rights respected, of how they would like to participate in their own economies and societies. And so these authoritarian regimes make decisions about the freedom and human rights of their own people, in Saudi Arabia because of the actions, reactions, and politics of their neighbors and the United States. And I think the Abraham Accords are an exemplification of how authoritarianism sort of poisons the pursuit of self-determination, democracy, and human rights in so many countries because they're not being responsive to popular demands. And although the democracy or the United States is hopefully still a democracy, I think we see that with the student movements in the United States and the narrative that anybody protesting, anybody expressing solidarity for Palestinians or the Palestinian cause or self-determination or opposing the humanitarian or human rights crisis is somebody, in fact, who does not support the United States, right? We've had legislators in America call protesters anti-American. We have all of these sentiments that we can harken back to McCarthyism and anti-communist fever and labeling anybody who doesn't support the dominant narrative of who's in power as anti-American. That sounds very, very similar to how Saudi and other governments in the region and Israel, which is becoming increasingly autocratized, are behaving in the same way. And I think that's what's so frightening, including in part for the Abraham Accords, is who wants this deal? Of the people in all of the countries who are a party to this potential deal, who wants it and what does it achieve? And then I think in the medium and in the long term, what I often say is, what does the security guarantee? What do the accords ensure? How many times has this nuclear security guarantee arrangement been said? That should be frightening. A re-engagement in the concept of mutually assured destruction should be frightening and terrifying to not just people in the region, not just the citizens of Saudi Arabia or Israel or Palestine, but Americans themselves. And I'll just hearken back to this comment that several of us made earlier, is that the United States thought the Abraham Accords and normalization would usher in this great period of peace and prosperity. And until October 7th, Until that very day, the administration openly and frequently referred to their foreign policy in the Middle East as representing the longest period of peace and stability in the Middle East in modern history, which is factually wrong. It is disinformation, and it formed the basis of their foreign policy. And you can Google it. The National Security Strategy of the United States, which was published last year, describes this as our approach to the region. Is peace has sort of been achieved because we haven't actually addressed anything related to the Palestinians. We've put these issues to the side, and if we can just normalize and keep pushing forward with keeping authoritarians in power, we can get back to this fallacy that another panelist mentioned about the authoritarian fallacy, that authoritarian governance means stability. It factually, with no evidentiary basis, does not mean that. I get back to my comments earlier about monitoring and evaluation. I used to work in the US government in USAID, which is very famous for dozens and dozens of pages of project proposals that include metrics just falling off the page of how, in order to get money, you need to prove how investing in this water well or investing in civil society give us an output in the next 6 months. And if you don't do that, you don't get money. But if it applies to weapons or security deals, you need zero evidence. You need zero oversight. You need zero metrics. And so getting back to your question on the Abraham Accords, that is the exemplification of a security deal based on no evidence, no metrics, and no clear path forward to peace other than to sublimate the human rights of people who are inconvenient to that peace.
Thank you. David, so of course the sales of more arms and that creates jobs, as Trump used to say, jobs, 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 and there's billions of funds injected into the United States and the military industry complex. But what are the risks? Because now, for example, we see that South Africa case in the ICC court and the fear that is being displayed on the Prime Minister of Israel, where he went out on a video for 3 or 4 minutes, kind of begging like not to convict him and other Israeli officials, that because it would undermine the Israeli democracy and all that. So do the risks outweigh, do the benefits outweigh the risks of selling more arms? For the United States, because more officials would be.
We will disagree on whether Iran is responsible and therefore should be punished. And you can, who's the first person who said that when the Iranians knocked out half of Saudi oil production, and it was September 2019, Trump stands up and says, there's no American interests involved here. Why do we have to do anything? So I think the risk for the Saudis is that they think any kind of security guarantee is going to give them more security, and I don't think that's going to happen, because neither Trump nor Biden wants to get into a war with Iran. And the ones who want to get into a war with Iran, it's first of all Israel, and our Arab partners, and particularly in the Gulf, are divided on this. I mean, the Saudis would love to see Iran cut down to size. Emirates are sort of on the one hand, on the other hand, and certainly Oman and Kuwait don't want to see a war. But the Saudis would very likely help the Israelis in any kind of attack on the Iranians. So the risk for us is that we get drawn in to another war, which basically involves Iran versus Israel. And it's down the road. It's just waiting to happen. And if the Iranians go for a nuclear weapon, the Israelis are certainly going to strike, and then we're going to be drawn in. But the Israelis' policy is to get us drawn into this conflict, and the Saudi policy will be to get us involved in another war with Iran. So I think the risks for the United States are considerable. It takes our time and energy away from dealing with China and Russia elsewhere than the Middle East. And it's a slippery slope I would rather not see the United States take.
Thank you, David. And the last question before we open the floor for more questions from the audience, I direct it to you, Dr. John. It's kind of a personal subject. It was the title of my master thesis, which is the formation of an alliance between the Gulf autocratic regimes and the Christian evangelical groups in the United States. I bring this up because at the beginning, for example, of the 7th of October, Joe Biden and Antony Blinken and multiple US officials, they tried to frame this as a religious conflict. I come here as a Jew, and this is an attack against the Jewish people. And Dr. Nader rightly mentioned this is not about Jewish people, or because we can see that the students in the United States, many of them is Jewish. At the beginning of the aggression on Gaza, many Jews occupied government buildings here to oppose that. And with that, how influential is the Christian evangelical group, and would it explain the Biden shift and trying to appeal to this large group, an influential group here in the United States?
Yeah, so the Christian evangelical community is obviously influential in DC, but there's a confluence of different lobbies in DC that kind of keep the ball rolling in the Middle East. It's not just Christian evangelicals, it's the military-industrial complex, it's the Israel lobby, the other parts of it. It's many different moving parts that try to keep the United States moving down the road of the status quo. And, what I think, what we, getting back to the religion part, this, the Abraham Accords, this normalization stuff, this has nothing to do with religion. The greatest divide in the Middle East has never been between Arab and Israeli, Muslims, non-Muslims, Sunni or Shia. It's always been between the elites in power and the chasm that exists between them and the masses that they rule over. That has always been the greatest divide, and that will always be the greatest divide. So, talking about this normalization deal or, security guarantee with Saudi Arabia, I would like to mention one thing. We've heard it, referred to here as bilateral or mutual. There's nothing bilateral or mutual about this. If anybody actually thinks that Mohammed bin Salman would devote troops if the United States were attacked, I think you're you got something else coming. This is a one-way ticket. This is a one-way blank check to Mohammed bin Salman. And one thing that we haven't really mentioned here on the stage, but that if I had $1 for every single time I heard a congressional office or member of Congress tell me this, I would never have to work again. But apparently the Abraham Accords are all about countering China. That's the big thing. The Arab autocrats, Israel, have a vested interest in keeping the United States deeply engaged in the Middle East. They see our eyes kind of, going off to the Asia Pacific. They want, a reason to stay at the forefront of U.S. Middle East policy. But the United States somehow thinks that the Abraham Accords are this, magic moonshot that's going to keep the Middle East from, quote unquote, pivoting towards China, when, nothing is further from the case. What we see is states like Saudi Arabia is just so accentuated by Saudi Arabia in this turn towards a more multipolar global world is a two-tiered strategy. One, in the short term, They're pursuing a strategy of reverse leverage, exploiting fears in Washington, D.C. over this ethereal loss of influence in the Middle East, and they push for massive concessions. The concessions that Saudi Arabia wants to normalize with Israel, or this new, Plan B bilateral pact, is a formal security guarantee, the ultimate concession that the United States can bestow upon a foreign nation, help facilitating a civilian nuclear program, and access to advanced weapon technologies that they've typically been denied. So that's in the short term. In the long term, they recognize that this global turn towards multipolarity is a reality. They're going to increase their relations with China. They're going to, have more contacts in a globalized world. But whether the United States accepts that as reality, and whether we stumble into paying the ultimate cost, is hopefully will not happen, but is yet to be seen.
Thank you, Dr. John. Now the floor is open for the audience. Ali Liami, please.
My name is Ali Liami. I didn't need microphone because I have to scream so people can understand me actually.
Well, first, thank you for hyping up my work. Your check will be in the mail. But also, my employer would be remiss if I didn't say that Cato is libertarian in orientation instead of conservative. But no, so getting at this this question, this myth of authoritarian stability, I got that term from Dr. Nader. I've grown up reading his work. But to get at this myth, there's this underlying assumption as part of this myth that is Orientalist and essentialist in nature that views Arabs and Muslims too as incapable of self-governing. And this has permeated academia and policy in the West for generations. And we still see the ramifications of this. The amount of times that I hear on Capitol Hill that there has to be an autocrat in power to keep, these people under control is disgusting. But these stereotypes, it's racist. These, racist tropes still dominate to a very large degree. And they're rooted in these, assumptions about Arabs, these assumptions about Muslims. I say this as a convert to Islam, these are wildly offensive. And, I think the duty of, younger people such as myself and the generation below me is to, really hammer away at these stereotypes and these flawed conceptualizations that really still dominate public discourse. So, I would say I think we're starting to see a change among younger people. A lot of these views are still the older guard, if it's okay to call them that.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, thank you so much for this wonderful panel. I think Dr. Nader touched upon this, but I also wanted to ask you, Dr. John, about, so a few countries have signed the Abraham Accords. How has that empirically on the ground changed the way that they reacted during this war on Gaza? So I'm looking at sort of the mega interfaith churches that were erected to the symbol of like Abrahamic unity, and they're discussing AI. Like they've completely sidestepped these issues. So I'm wondering, has this big, dream impacted the way these governments interacted in any way? Thank you.
Well, look, the Abraham Accords were hailed as this dawn of a new Middle East. Jared Kushner called it a new paradigm for the region. But the new Middle East looks a whole lot like the old Middle East. And, talking about like the interfaith initiatives, like the Abrahamic Family House in the UAE, what we've seen since October 7th is countries like the UAE or Bahrain or Saudi. I think Nader spoke on this, they'll be very vocal in public, saying, oh, we stand with the Palestinians, we're for Palestinian liberation. You close the door and the entire narrative changes. They realize this is completely about power. They feel the they fear the mobilizing potential of Palestinian liberation. And, that New York Times article that Nader quoted is so critical because we've seen thousands of arrests from Egypt to Kuwait to Jordan to the UAE to Bahrain in the wake of October 7th. So, it shows, talk is cheap. But also, when we talk about the normalization of relations between Israel, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, these are countries that weren't engaged in active hostilities to begin with. And so it begs the question, peace between whom? If you're claiming it's peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, the past 7 months should have shattered that illusion. And second, they weren't even party to the agreements. They were completely sidelined. So I think, what we're seeing is, over the past 7 months, elites within Israel, Arab countries in the United States jockeying desperately to kind of, keep this facade going. But it's a matter of, the sources of the Arab uprisings, the grievances that led to them have only gotten dramatically worse. The past 7 months have seen a wave of escalation across the entire region. It's more so a matter of when, not if, this house of cards all comes crashing down once more.
Can I just add something to that? I mean, there's a lot to say about the Abraham Accords, and so don't get me started. But one of the negative aspects that has come out in this whole process is this attempt to present the Abraham Accords as a wonderful step forward for advancing Muslim-Jewish relations. as if these dictators and despots represent Islam or Muslims or some sort of ethical component in the Muslim tradition, and then as if Netanyahu and his hawkish neo-fascist coalition represents, Judaism or some ethical interpretation of Judaism, and they're trying to sell this to us. And you're seeing all these sort of, meetings taking place. A lot of it that I followed is from the Bahraini royal family going with the Simon Wiesenthal Center and having these meetings and talking about how Muslims and Jews can get along. Of course, yeah, they can get along as long as you don't talk about the suffering of the Palestinians. That's sort of inbuilt into this whole relationship. So it's really toxic and it's really disgusting to try and sort of present the Abraham Accords, which in effect I describe as an axis of repressive regimes in the Middle East, trying to sell that as some sort of way of advancing Muslim-Jewish relations. It's deeply offensive to anyone who understands anything about this particular topic.
Sanjeev Berry with Freedom Forward. First, just thank you all for your for your comments. It's a real privilege to be able to step into each of your minds for a few minutes and hear your analysis and thinking. The question that comes to my mind as we hear this conversation about this kind of elite to elite level hypocrisy and disengagement from the realities and these sort of false frameworks, right, of the Abraham Accords, is what are there models for disrupting that you see or that you think about when it comes to civil society saying we reject this dominant discourse? Whether models that have emerged in other countries, given the long history of societies that have gotten rid of monarchies, other sorts of transitions, are there things that you look to as examples? Obviously we're seeing the student protest right now as a disruption of elite discourse with regards to Israel. Curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Sorry, your question is directed to? Or anyone? Yeah.
So I'm going to give you sort of a big answer to a big question, which is authoritarians thrive, as we've discussed for this whole panel, by cooperating with each other and benefiting from one another. And if we are to counter these authoritarians, then small d Democrats and human rights defenders have to do the same thing. Because autocrats benefit from human rights defenders and civil society in different countries being unable to talk to one another, being unable to form networks, share best practices. Just the really underrated fact of what we're doing all here and coming to a conference and being in person with human rights defenders from Saudi and Tunisia and Egypt to learn lessons from each other's, whether uprisings or attempt at democracy. That is the first and primary thing that autocrats don't want. And so I think someone mentioned earlier that perhaps changing U.S. policy or foreign policy, if that seems hopeless, what do we do then? And we should not undersell the importance of civil society being connected between countries and contexts. One of my favorite examples is being at a meeting and hearing someone experience from sort of a Russian-directed undermining of their elections in Latin America and hearing from someone in Asia and saying, oh my God, China's been doing the same thing to you. And it was just sort of this light bulb moment of talking to people from other regions, talking to people under attack by other authoritarians and realizing they are all suffering from sort of the same trends and the same attacks. And by keeping them apart, and we talked about this on an earlier panel, through transnational oppression and otherwise, keeping people from being online, putting them on travel bans, arresting them, detaining them, harassing them, and doxing them on the internet are all intentional, like fully organized attempts by authoritarians to keep Democrats and human rights defenders from talking to one another. So I think that is the first very not easy answer to this question of how do we fight authoritarians, but I would say the voice of those who support democracy and human rights needs to be empowered. And I think even if you can't change US foreign policy or the foreign policy of autocrat supporting governments, is that you can also make the case that those governments meet with civil society and as appropriate meet with them publicly. I think getting back to this point of like who is the Saudi royal family meeting with when they come to the United States applies to the US government, applies to all governments when they go, to meet MBS, when they go to meet other autocrats, is are they meeting with human rights defenders, and are those human rights defenders mouthpieces of the regime? which they often and almost always are, or are they authentic voices, whether in country or in the diaspora, who will absolutely benefit from, even if there is no policy action, a public showing of support from a country that also supports their autocratic governance, right? Like, politics is complicated, geopolitics is complicated. We will never get purity of a country like the United States only supporting human rights defenders and not supporting autocratic governments. But as the joke I used to make in the United States government was, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We don't need to develop a foreign policy that is so rigid we don't know how to engage with human rights defenders.
I think too, there's, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but the generational aspect of this too. I say this, I'm 28, so on the younger side, but I think people my age and younger and around my age, we're seeing transformational change in how Americans conceptualize their role in the world abroad. We see this reflected in polls just about, this idea of U.S. global primacy, this idea of, does the United States help or, hinder, democratic developments in the world? I think there's a large, generational aspect to this too. And I think, we will see change as people, who are younger, assume positions of power, and the people like Brett McGurk's of the world are pushed out. And I think, we're seeing that in votes across the United States in these primaries. I mean, hundreds of thousands of uncommitted votes from Michigan to Wisconsin to Pennsylvania to Virginia, where I live, so I think, one, the civil society part and doing what we're doing here, but then I think, on the American side, it'll, we're seeing change in I would say, a positive direction.
Thank you. Very quickly, let me just add, in terms of frameworks to challenge the Abraham Accord frameworks, which is rooted in supporting authoritarianism, I think previous models are Latin America and U.S. policy. In the 1970s, in the 1980s, there was a lot of strong support in this country among the same power centers for supporting dictators in Latin America, arguing security, arguing the alternatives were all worse. But there was a lot of societal mobilization here against that in churches and unions. I very much came of age sort of in that period in the 1980s in the context of the aftermath of the war in Nicaragua, what was happening in El Salvador. I was very conscious of that type of societal mobilization, trying to push back against the Reagan administration's attempt to, advance a war policy in that region. Again, it comes back to civil society, right? Challenging. And then the other example that obvious, it's not a perfect fit, is the South Africa model, right? Back then, there was a lot of support for, not shaking up the equation in South Africa because it was a Cold War and Nelson Mandela was a terrorist allegedly. And we know we couldn't do anything to shake up that equation. And, I just discovered recently someone who claims to be a great foreign policy voice and a liberal voice, someone like Fareed Zakaria, when he was a student at Yale, opposed divestment from South Africa, for very conservative sort of elite reasons. But that changed. It changed because people are doing exactly what we see happening today on college campuses, directed back then to South Africa divestment, civil society mobilization. But the key point here, I think, and this is a much longer and bigger struggle, is we can't really, in this country, support democracy abroad unless we have it at home. And our democracy here is so broken and so fragile and so shaped by, particularly when it comes to foreign policy issues. I would say foreign policy issues in the United States are perhaps the least democratic part of our political system. It's all shaped, particularly toward the Middle East, it's all shaped by lobby groups and private interest groups. Citizens have very little say. They have some influence, but the challenge here over the long term, this is the bigger sort of challenge, is we have to strengthen and salvage what's left of American democracy. If we don't, then there's no hope of, I think, doing anything positive as a country such as this.
Thank you, everyone. I'm truly humbled, privileged, and honored to be moderating this session. And last question? Okay. Yeah, this will be the last question. Okay.
Hello, thank you so much for this panel. I think it's been really illuminating. I think my question sort of leaves off on what you all were speaking on. I think, I guess I'm curious about how much we're willing to shift our understanding of the United States as a democracy in relation to what we think of as authoritarian regimes, and shifting that to the reality of the US as an authoritarian regime or an oligarchy at the least, like masquerading as a two-party system. I think we've seen that, as you mentioned, in Cold War politics towards Latin America, in East Asia, in Vietnam. Now we're seeing cop cities being built across the US in the model of, you know, the Israeli occupation forces. We're seeing riot cops in the National Guard being deployed on students. So what are the next steps in the conversation and in the strategy, with the understanding that the US isn't really this beacon of democracy that it's been portrayed to be, especially in our foreign policy work?
I'll quickly answer that. Look, I agree with your characterization of the picture. I guess my one pushback would be, let's not be too categorical in thinking that we are, you know, like Russia or like China. Okay, we still have democratic procedure in place. We still have a legal system that was able to put checks on what Donald Trump was trying to do. We're still going to have an election, hopefully in, you know, November, that can, you know, will be free and fair. So we're headed in a bad direction, and so you're right to point to that warning. But when it comes to U.S. foreign policy and democracy promotion, note that this country, when it wants to claim it's supporting democracy in Ukraine, in Iran, in other places, it will invoke all of those high ideals. When Biden gives a speech, you know, he'll talk about it and apply it to some countries, but not to others. So the United States is perfectly capable of claiming and supporting democracy, but it does so selectively, and it does so inconsistently, and it does so based on a set of power dynamics that are foundational to the American political system. I think our challenge as citizens is to try and point out the hypocrisy, is to try and strengthen our own democracy. So when, you know, Biden starts talking about why we have to have criminal court or when Biden and Blinken talk about a rules-based order in Ukraine, in Eastern Europe, but when it comes to the Middle East and the Palestinians, it's the exact opposite. We have to say, wait a second, enough of this moral hypocrisy. We're not going to take it anymore. When Biden says that, you know, the challenge of the new world order is we have to support democracies against autocracies, and the same Blinken who makes this Churchillian speech in Eastern Europe gets on a plane the next day and meets with every Arab dictator in the region, and no one points out that hypocrisy. I think that's the challenge of democratic engagement, is to say, no, we want moral consistency, we want intellectual honesty, and that's, I think, the struggle. How we get there, what strategies to pursue to bridge that chasm, there's a lot to debate on that front. But I don't want to sort of completely give up on the idea that the United States has so much hypocrisy and so much double standard, which it does, that we shouldn't, you know, talk about democracy in any sort of significant way because our track record is so horrific. I mean, there's a lot of horrific things that happen in American history, but there's also a lot of positive things that happen too. The United States is a much better place today, I would argue, for women and for minorities than it was even a generation ago. And I think that's something that we shouldn't lose sight of.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you mentioned that the Arab world, or the people defending the democracy in the Arab world, they want to unite to cooperate together. And I would like to bring your attention about new initiative in the Arab world. It's called Democracy First in the Arab world. It is still new initiative, but we are optimistic about this initiative. And please, follow the work for this initiative. And it's led by Dr. Monsaf Al-Marzouqi. I have a question for Dr. Nader. You mentioned that the unique red carpet for Mohammed bin Salman in 2018, it was before the killing for Jamal Khashoggi and before the Ritz-Carlton things. But it was after the mass arrest for several influencers in Saudi Arabia, including Salman al-Ouda and others. It was also after the mass arrest for the women rights defenders. And it was after also the news for the torture and the sexual harassment in the prisons. I think
the Western governments, they doesn't care about the human rights, but they just care about their reputation. If there is a huge crime, or if the crime become make them paying high price dealing with Mohammed bin Salman, while he's still just his hand still in Jamal's blood, for example. This is what I strongly believe. So it's not about the human rights; it's about their reputation. And I think to counter that, we need to make more pressure for the politicians, especially here. We are not believing on them; they are supporting the human rights. But we believe if there is a pressure for them, and there is pressure on them, that will pressure the violator and the dictators in our region. So my question, do you agree with that? And do you think this is the issue? Thank you.
No, we completely agree. You're right. Western governments don't care in the values of human rights and democracy, generally speaking. I mean, they claim they do, but effectively they don't do anything. But their citizens who elect them, they care about those values. And so one of the things that happened that I think is worth noting is that when MBS, in his arrogance and his self-centeredness and his, in his dictatorial mindset, killed Jamal Khashoggi, he thought he could get away with it. But look what happened in terms of the reaction. The reaction in the West really showed that public opinion matters. Just to cite one example, in this country, the Washington Post, because Jamal was writing for the Washington Post, for years after his killing, kept writing about editorial after editorial. This is a major newspaper and would not let the story of Jamal Khashoggi. So it was very difficult for any politician, including Joe Biden, to embrace Saudi Arabia again because there was so much public opinion over that one issue. So this gets back to the point that I've already made, but I want to emphasize it. Western governments they shape their policy, particularly toward the Middle East, based on private interest groups, lobby groups, but they still have to cater to public opinion. Public opinion after Jamal Khashoggi here in the United States was so angry, so upset because the details were revealed that it was very difficult for any politician to do business as usual. So that's where we have to invest in. We have to make sure that, the next time some American politician, I mean, now it's Senator, Graham, who's sort of all passionate about Saudi Arabia and Israel. We have to make sure that, in his constituency, he pays a price for that there's local organized efforts to say, wait a second, Senator Graham, you're talking about Saudi Arabia as sort of the answer to all of our problems in the Middle East. Well, what about Jamal Khashoggi? What about, Saudi political prisoners? What about what Saudi Arabia is doing throughout the region in terms of supporting authoritarian regimes? So that's the battlefront. That's where we need to focus our energies.
Thank you all for listening and your patience. I'm sorry, Ali, we have to, oh, you have a question? But we have to end this.
I'd like to encourage everybody to support this Saudi movement that are starting by this new generation of Saudis. What they are advocating is in the best interest of the United States. And that is what they should emphasize themselves when they speak to people. But they need the support and alliance with everybody who believes in freedom of expression.
Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. And thanks again, everyone. Give the floor to Lena.
Thank you. The jet lag is really hitting. I'm sorry. I feel it. Thank you for this amazing panel. As Mr. Ali said, I really hope our leaders hear this panel and maybe take some of the recommendations. So now we'll have a speech by Tawakkul Karman, who is a Nobel Peace Laureate and who has been supporting our movement from the start. She was a female leader during the uprisings of 2011 and received the Nobel Peace Prize just after it. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الإخوة في المعارضة السعودية المحترمون، أحييكم وأحيي مؤتمركم الباحث عن الديمقراطية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وأحيي كافة أنصاركم وحلفائكم في الداخل والخارج. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أقدر فيكم شجاعتكم في التمسك بمبادئكم والنضال من أجلها في ظل اشتداد القمع والتهديدات والاعتقالات والتعذيب في المملكة العربية السعودية في السنوات الأخيرة أكثر من ذي قبل. رغم كل ادعاءات الانفتاح والتحديث التي حولها الحاكم في السعودية إلى برنامج دعاية وعلاقات عامة لا يفرق كثيرا عن تعاقداته مع شركات الدعاية لتلميع صورته البائسة في الغرب. تعرفون بلدكم أكثر مني، تعرفون كيف كان متاحا نشر بعض الانتقادات في الصحف المحلية وكيف اشتد القمع والاعتقالات والتعذيب في السنوات الأخيرة، وكيف تم إغلاق جميع السبل الضئيلة المتبقية للمعارضة وأصحاب الرأي والشخصيات العامة المستقلة. كفاحنا مشترك وأحلامنا مشتركة، وكل ما فعلته السعودية في البلدان العربية منذ ثورات 2011 حتى اليوم يقع تحت عنوان واحد، وهو محاولتها جعل العرب يكفرون بالتغيير والحرية والمساواة والعدالة والديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان. برنامجهم هو مواجهة استحقاقات التغيير قبل أن تصل إليهم. ربما نجحوا في تحويل أوطاننا إلى ساحات دانية وبلدان ممزقة، لكنه نجاح زائف. ذلكم أن كفاحنا لنكون مواطنين أحرار في دول يحكمها القانون ونقررها بأنفسنا هو كفاح حياة ولا تنازل عنه مهما كانت الآلام ومهما كانت التضحيات. القبول بالرأي الآخر والإقرار بالتعدد السياسي والمعارضة هذه حقوق أصيلة، وعندما نتحدث عن دولة فإن ذلك يضعنا أمام حق كل أفراد المجتمع وكل فئاته في المشاركة السياسية. المواطنة والمساواة وحقوق الإنسان والحرية العامة هذه أعمدة الدولة الحديثة وغاياتها. لا حداث بدون مواطنين أحرار يمتلكون قرارهم. الحديث عن المعارضة هو الحديث عن مشروعية الاختلاف. كما تعلمون أنه في بلدكم في السعودية كان بإمكان توجه إصلاحي أن يحظى بردود فعل إيجابية من مكونات المعارضة في الداخل والخارج، لكن جنون المستبدين سائد هناك. هو يستقوي بفائض الثروات والمبيعات النفطية، يستقوي بهذا الفائض فائض الثروات والمبيعات النفطية على السعوديين أنفسهم وعلى العرب الذين لعبت هذه الفوائض دورا مدمرا في تخريب بلدانهم وتغذية حروب الثورات المضادة وتوطينها في تلك البلدان. أيها الأعزاء، أتمنى لكم مزيدا من التقارب، أتمنى توحيد المواقف والرؤى لجميع المكونات السعودية المعارضة. توحيد الرؤى والخطاب والعمل المشترك هو السبيل الوحيد لتقديم بديل يحظى بثقة الشعب السعودي ودعمهم. يوظف الاستبداد في السعودية وغيرها ما يحدث في الحروب الأهلية كحجة لإرهاب المجتمعات وقمع تطلعاتها للتغيير الديمقراطي. يهددون شعوبهم بالفوضى التي شاركوا هم فيها بكل إمكانياتهم لنشرها في دول الربيع العربي. أنا حقيقة أرى أن وحدة قوى المعارضة السعودية ستكون ردا عمليا على ما يدعيه النظام السعودي بأنه سقوطه سيؤدي للفوضى. المعارضة السعودية وكفاحها للتغيير الديمقراطي ومن أجل الحرية ومن أجل الإصلاح السياسي لشعبها سيكون له تأثيرا واسعا وبالغا في المنطقة العربية ولدى شعوبها المتطلعة لبناء دولة القانون والديمقراطية. وكما تعلموا أن مجتمعاتنا في دول الربيع العربي واجهت ثورات مضادة بقيادة السعودية. كانت في أحد أبعاد هذه الثورات المضادة حربا إقليمية وعالمية. رأت في نجاح ثورات الربيع العربي السلمية تهديدا للنظام العربي أو نظام المستبدين العرب بكل فروعهم، وتهديدا للمصالح الدولية اللامشروعة المتحالفة مع حكام لا يمثلون شعوبهم ولا يعبرون عن مصالحهم. إن ما يحدث في غزة من حرب إبادة كشف انهيار الأمن العربي وافتقاد الأنظمة العربية للحد الأدنى من التضامن الإنساني مع إخواننا الفلسطينيين الذين يواجهون حرب إبادة وحشية سيحصد العرب، كل العرب، نتائجها وليس الفلسطينيين وحدهم. هذا الفراغ في الموقف العربي إعلان واضح عن فشل نظام سياسي عربي يقيم وجوده على الحرب ضد الشعوب العربية، وبالتأكيد هذه هي نتيجة حروبهم المضادة للتغيير انهيار العرب وانكشاف منطقتهم أمام إسرائيل وأمام إيران وأمام القوى الكبرى التي لا ترى في منطقتنا سوى فراغ كبير يستدعي من يملأه من خارجه. المجد أيها الأعزاء لكفاحكم العظيم من أجل الديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان والعدالة ودولة المواطنين. نشد على أياديكم وأتمنى لكم التوفيق والنجاح في فعاليتكم ومؤتمركم هذا وكل كفاحاتكم للتعبير عن تطلعات شعبكم وتوقه للتغيير والحرية والكرامة والعدالة. وكما قلت في البداية، كفاحكم كفاحنا وأحلامكم أحلامنا ونصركم نصرنا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, we're done for this section. So now it's lunchtime. We have 40 minutes and I'll see you back at 1:15, 10 minutes. See you in 40 minutes. الو لا الو الو تسمعوني 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 صدق والله اوكي هاي everyone live okay السلام عليكم hi everyone thank you very much can the ones outside also come please thank you Hi everyone, I'm Lina Al-Hadloul. I'm Saudi activist and I'm head of monitoring and advocacy at Al-Qist for human rights. We're a Saudi NGO based in London and we focus on political prisoners, but we monitor the human rights situation globally in Saudi Arabia. Today I'll be moderating a panel with two amazing women. So one is missing, unfortunately. We're already late, so we'll try to be briefer than expected. So the theme of the panel is, let me get it right, economic, social, and political reforms in Saudi Arabia. And for this, I have two amazing speakers, and I'm really sorry, I will have to be reading their CVs because they're very impressive. So we have Wala Qusay, who's a fellow in the School of Divinity at the University of Edinburgh. She's the author of New Traditionalism in Islam in the West, Orthodoxy, Spirituality and Politics, and co-author of When Only God Can See, The Faith of Muslim Political Prisoners. Thank you very much for being with us. And then we have Maryam Ad-Dosari, who is an associate professor in organization studies at Royal Holloway, University of London. Her research focuses on gender inequality in the Middle East. Her recent work has focused on the tokenism of the Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. Thank you for being here with us. Okay, so today, I really want us to discuss on the most problematic issues, or at least the questions that I often get when I discuss human rights in Saudi Arabia and all the changes. So everyone knows about Vision 2030. It's a vision different than ours that was published before ours. And it's mostly an economical vision that aims at opening up the country to new industries, to tourism. There's also this new narrative of human rights reforms, including women empowerment. And we've heard, today we also have a lot of critical voices. And I just want to start this panel by saying that trying to be very real and not, over-exaggerate the emotions that we have sometimes when it comes to Saudi Arabia. So I do have many friends who, when they come and visit me, who say that there are tangible changes in Saudi Arabia. So when they go back to Saudi Arabia, they can say it has changed. So for me, the question for you today is, what are these changes and what can be considered as real reforms when it comes to social? So I'll focus on social and economical reforms for now, and then maybe we can talk about the legal aspect later. So what can be considered as real reforms and what has truly changed in the country or not? You can give me your opinion.
Well, thank you for having me today. It's very exciting to be part of this movement and to contribute as little as I can. I agree with you. Anyone who will say nothing changed from 5 years ago, especially in terms of women, is crazy. I am critical of a lot of changes, but does those changes represent everyone is the main question. So with Vision 23, we saw that a lot of women were used as a kind of element of this vision, that we will empower women. One of the advertise of this vision that women will be the agent of these changes in terms of social changes and economic changes. And also there was a claim that they'll increase employment of women, which was extremely high. Unemployment in Saudi Arabia in general is very high, but unemployment of women was extremely high in Saudi Arabia. So we saw several steps Some of them is quite positive, and a majority of them is very negative. So we saw that in the beginning, when the employment, there was a target of increasing employment for women by 2030 to 30%. The numbers look good, which is good. But then when you do a quiet analysis of what this number represents, you see that women were pushed and quiet in certain sectors, in sectors that was mainly male dominant, but also mainly dominant by unskilled expats. So in a way that you see that women have been replacing. So the increase of job was in retails, in services sectors. And frankly speaking, they were used to just meet the Sudanization goals, which is increase the employment and decrease the expats in the country. So in the first step, there was feminization of jobs, where certain sector, they say that this is for women. And most of those services was like lingerie shops, abaya shops, and they ask women to work there by keeping the segregation. And as Vision 23 started, as everything with the vision, there was a rush decision. We will make everything inclusion, no jobs especially for women, and no jobs especially for men, which is good. But then what did they do? They just removed the segregation and left women in those male-dominant jobs. And when I did research in those areas and the move of segregation, I found that a lot of females were facing a lot of problems. Clash from the society, but also a lot of sexual harassment. And the problem with sexual harassment in this society, you're quite caught in the middle. If you report it to your family, you are still upholding the family owner or the bride owner. So there is a lot of fear that you're kind of reporting to the family. You might end up not continuing in your job. They'll put a pressure on you. On the other hand, there is no system to protect. So with that is called empowerment, when you put women in jobs. If the empowerment was the aim of those reforms, then there should be starting point is to introduce policy that to protect women in the workplace. Other organizations that started also employing women because they have been told to employ women, there is no career progress or development, and they are quite treated as if like you should be lucky to be here in those jobs. Just take whatever, even if you are paid less than your male colleagues, accept it. And this is not any type of empowerment that we aim for. And I'm sure a lot of you are asking now, but we saw a lot in the news that women recruited as ambassador, women was recruited as a deputy minister. But does those women represent every single Saudi woman? No, they are privileged. The ambassador is a princess. So now they don't represent every single woman, Saudi's woman. We saw also that a lot of firsts that have been highlighted in the media. First chef, first someone who climbed the mountain, which is all great. I'm happy for them. But then the media is focusing in that, is directing the attention of all the human valuation in terms of women in this Arabia. So making focus on, like, I'm quite sick of seeing the news every time someone accomplished things. Very happy for those women, but they don't represent everyone in Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. Actually, I have just on a personal experience, for example, the fact that Saudi women can be ambassadors now. So for those who don't know, my sister Lujain was imprisoned in Saudi Arabia for leading the fight for women to drive. And at some point she was tortured for months. And after the torture, she was also forcibly disappeared. And my parents were not allowed to visit her. And when we found out about the torture, we pushed the Saudi Human Rights Commission to visit her. And part of that delegation included a female, her name is Amal al-Muallimi. And so Lujain told them about the torture. And after leaving the Lujain, they issued a statement denying the torture. And this woman who saw my sister's body, who saw that my sister was tortured, she was promoted as ambassador as well. So I completely see what you mean by the fact that, you know, it's not representative and it's not institutionalized changes.
And Lujain, unfortunately, is a good example to show how the state is operating. So when they allowed women to drive, after years of campaigning, and we saw in Abdullah exhibition from 1990, they started, and then again, they started in 2030. The message was clear. In the same year, Lujain was get to prison. And the idea that you don't ask, we don't want feminist movement. You don't ask for change. We give it to you and be thankful for this changes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will go back now to just regarding the vision. So we said that it's mainly an economical vision, and one of the most symbolic projects of it is NEOM. And I worked on NEOM. I think we have a report there, The Dark Side of NEOM. And basically, we see that since the start of Vision 2030, for each project, we see that there is a wave of arrest. So, for example, they talk about women empowerment, but they, at the same time, arrest people, women who have been leading the change. For example, when it comes to social changes, Manahil is there as well. She's a fitness instructor, and she believed, the changes. She was filming herself being a sports teacher, and she was arrested for exactly these same reasons. Then we have also the economical aspect of it. So they talk about a mega city that will be the priority for investments, and so. But at the very same time, they imprison the locals, the Huaytat tribe. Instead of promoting our most, rich, meaning rich in their minds. Economists like Isam Azamil, they imprison them. So we see that everything comes with more prison. So Wala, I know you have been working on how the Saudi state is what you call a carceral state. So if you could maybe just expand on this a bit.
Yeah, I think if you even think about this whole conference, everyone has mentioned someone that they know or someone that they love that went through the prison system in one way or another. So the idea of incarceration sort of permeates the state structures, but also the psyche of people outside. So thinking of Saudi Arabia as a carceral state will really help us consider the institutions that reproduce these and create these violent systems. And it's important for a few reasons. The first is to understand the very way that the system operates and the logic that it uses, and also how it talks and how it negotiates and how it shares sort of strategies with other states that is very similar. Like when you mentioned the Commission for Human Rights in Egypt, the same thing happened. A feminist collective went to the female prisons and interviewed the prisoners. And one of the people that I'd interviewed said that one of the foremost feminists in Egypt came up to her and said, you're not a political prisoner, you're a terrorist. And so these logics, whether it's securitized state feminism or other logics such as the war on terror, which is very much intrinsic in how the state operates, that's essential to understand. The second thing I think that is really important to understand through our view of Saudi as a carceral state, like other countries in the region, is how we understand the very subjectivity of prisoners as agents. So there is a sense that prison is a dark hole, and it is. But you have people who are thinking human beings who produce knowledge and who see the state's instruments at its most naked, right? And so when thinking occurs inside and out, inside prison and by former prisoners when they leave prison, they have an acute insight into the systems and structures that recreate this violence. I think I came across all of this when I was doing my work at the University of Manchester on nonviolence and principled pacifism in Islam, and I came across the work of Abdullah al-Hamid and his writings on Islam and his particular insights on not just theology, but also the very systems that put him in the place that he was in. has the capacity to really give us a really larger insight into how our world is. The other thing that I think is really, really important for us to know is that there is a silent, unwritten history. And it's something that I think you guys are trying to highlight through the what you have outside, is that people who have faced or have family that have faced incarceration do keep these personal histories within their family structures. And this history maintains and is passed through generations. So even if it's not in the official history books, it is something that is passed down and is communicated, and it does serve as the counter narrative to the state. And this is really what informs people's psyches. And at moments where society breaks down and at the moments where things are really most intense, such as, for example, now what's going on in Gaza and the crackdown, these histories are remembered by generations of, like, we know what the state did to our grandfather. We know what the state did to our neighbor. We saw or heard about this protest. So these histories do exist. And that's why it's very important to think of the state as a carceral state, because it touches every single person's life in a very intimate way.
That's super interesting, because I was actually telling my friends the last time, I wish I could one day meet a new person without talking about my sister's imprisonment, and it almost is impossible. It's just part of me now. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for this. So just maybe going back to our first part. Some people tell me so when I have interviews about women's rights reforms, and that they often have the question saying that, okay, maybe it's not for everyone, maybe it's not institutionalized, but at the very least now people see that, change can come, and at least, now people are used to seeing women in different places. Now, what do you usually answer to that?
Yeah, I get the same comment and this question a lot. Yes, changes happen, but change come top down. So women didn't have any agency to ask what's change. And you saw anyone who asked for change was sent to political prison. When the Crown Prince became the Crown Prince, there was a massive arrest for all activists, all human rights advocates, all feminist movement, because the idea that we will give you very little and accept it, and the focus in reform especially was targeted to the media to show that, Western media, Western eyes, to show that we are moving from Wahhabi state. We are more now open. Look at the women attending a football match. Look at the women attending concerts. If social reforms and if social building of the society and empowerment is the aim, wouldn't you think that they should be invested in university, schools, pension, instruction of the streets? You see a big gap between rich and poor. Last reports say that Saudi Arabia, compared to the Gulf, have the highest poverty. How is a rich country have the highest poverty in the country? And that shows that the change is not applying to everything. Yes, the society is getting used to that, but there is more, could be more systematic way to introduce this change without imprisoning people. If empowerment is the aim, free speech is the first thing to be introduced, and let the women speak and say what they need and work for it. NGOs that should support them. And the system doesn't support women in any way. Instead of having 50 cents or Black Street Boys, which cost millions and millions to bring them, build a school, build university. That will get people to use to education, and especially that 60-30%, almost 70% of the population in Saudi Arabia under the age of 30. So it's not like the old days when people is not used to work with women. People are not used. There's a massive generation differences, and this entertainment that they shove it in our throat is the aim is for the young people. We give you a little bit fun, but then obey me.
Yeah, this also makes me think of so it's always about the fact, the point about the agency. So they never want the people to be the one leading the change. But also, what's interesting, and sorry to add on this, but I think it's important. But they always say that. So we always think of the Saudi people by how the state represents us. So, for example, when they say people say, yeah, the Saudi people are not ready for this. Who knows that Saudi people are not ready for that? It's always the state-sponsored narrative about the Saudi people that wins. So, for example, when they say the Saudi people are not ready to see women drive, it's the state-sponsored narrative saying that the Saudi men are not ready to see Saudi women driving. So it's always, and then all of a sudden they are, they bring this change, and there are no issues with that, and it's exactly like. And we're going back to the topic of our conference. No, the Saudi people are not ready for democracy. But who said that? It's always state-sponsored narratives about the Saudi people, and then. When we don't know who the Saudi people are, we've never really talked to the Saudi people. We don't know what they think, and it's always people just repeat a state narrative about what and who the Saudi people are. And this is really where I think that we need to reclaim our voices as well as Saudi people.
Absolutely. And this narrative is reproduced and reproduced and magnify in the Western media to show that Saudi is lazy, Saudi doesn't want jobs, they only want managerial jobs, and that's not true. When a society is not ready, how do you know? It's just the story that have been created to maintain power.
Absolutely. No, this is absolutely true. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have anything to add, maybe just on the carceral status.
I mean, just to your point, I think there's also this really, and it's a very convenient kind of mobilization of an Islamophobic discourse, that these people are just, they need to be restrained. If they're not restrained, they're going to eat you up, right? And they need the strongman autocrat in order to make sure that, they maintain this like very autocratic liberal order. Which recreates itself. And in the context of prisons, it's the mobilization of like the war on terror tactics and rhetorics and discourses. Like the thing that always strikes me, so back to sort of like the security kind of exchanges, a lot of the tactics that the US invented to sort of discipline and torture essentially people in Guantanamo has been then exported abroad, like the use of light, the use of weather control, the use of solitary confinement in particular ways. And so it's so fascinating that these discourses on this like Eastern savage is then upheld by like our own in order to say, well, if they don't have someone to control them, then they're going to go crazy on everyone.
Absolutely. And
just to add to this, and it's quite a good important point, and we saw it also in Gaza as well, that how is Israel as presented as the vision of civilization and the only democracy in the Middle East, and therefore Gazan people is okay to die, and also the blaming of men. Like we couldn't even grieve Palestinian people because this idea that had been created in the media that the Palestinian peoples are controlling, producing the control over their women. And how do you create that just to control and produce the same ideas? And you see that also in Saudi Arabia as well.
Thank you very much. That was really an important point, I think, about Islamophobia as well, and the war on terror. I mean, my sister Lujain was sentenced as a terrorist. Manahal is being sentenced as a terrorist, but also, for example, Sheikh Salman al-Auda is being sentenced as a terrorist. And in the West, it's much more easier for me to say that Lujain is not a terrorist because, she's not veiled, she's a woman. But it's much more, difficult to advocate for someone like, Salman al-Auda. And, this is, Islamophobia is really something that also we have to work on as people, and unite against this war on terror that, is... On one hand, they say, oh no, like Saudi Arabia is using this war on terror to criminalize dissent for people like Lujain, but they wouldn't want to hear it for someone like Salman al-Auda, for example. So this is very frustrating for us as well as activists. These double standards and, being heard on some of the cases that are seen, legitimate to defend, and the others that might be more difficult here in the West, at least. So that's it for me, I think, for this panel. Do you have anything to add? Anyone has questions? But maybe just for the cameras, and people online. But people online can't hear you then.
I will ask you a question, any of you, based on a conversation I had with Nawal al-Saadawi in Cairo, Egypt, about 30 years ago. She and I were members of the first Pan-Arab human rights organization, which was based in Giza, Egypt. So we had lunch after that. She was she was interrogating me actually. She doesn't, she wanted to know where I'm from, what my background is, why am I in this organization. I'm from Saudi Arabia. And then she told me at the end of the conversation, you have a long way to go, boy. I said, I think you are right. But then she followed by one thing that I always remember. She said, the only hope for the Arab people are women. And as an Arab man, my ego was bruised a little bit, So I kept that in mind and went back and reviewed my past and the way I grew up in Saudi Arabia and a nomadic life. And I began to believe what she was telling me was probably the case. I want to ask you, do you agree with that statement that she made? Based on your experiences, upbringing, you grew up in Saudi homes, I assume, upbringing, and what you have done that is different of what Saudi men activists and non-activists are doing. So this is easy question, and when I listen to your answer, I have to go to another meeting here.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to emphasize that feminism is not new in Saudi Arabia. It maybe wasn't defined. So if I look at my mother, who is in her end of her 80s, she had all the principle of feminism. In that time, schools open, and she have a daughter who is 7 years old from her first marriage. She went to school with her daughter, and it wasn't a question. The society was accepting women. The problem that the ideas of feminism and the definition of feminism, why we have the principle, is newly defined. And within the state, they don't see feminism is seen as something against the state. So I will say that, yes, women is the first principle for change because they raise also their children and they raise them in a way that will affect how they grow up as a man. And women is pushing the boundaries nowadays, but I really want to emphasize that it's not new. It's had been 40 years, women trying to create change in their own way.
So I hope I'm not being controversial here. So the commission that went to Egyptian prisons, a part of that commission was Nawal al-Saadawi, so that's kind of an unfortunate point. I come from an Egyptian household, so I'm not Saudi. So I mean, I'm a huge ally to Saudis, so but I can't speak on their behalf. I think it's the formula is a little bit more complicated than women. Women have always been leading and sort of speaking and producing. I think it's the ability to give us space as sort of equals and interlocutors that are hoping to push to a particular goal. So like my work is Islamic studies, that's my focus. And I think the one challenge that I faced in Western academia has been one from a sort of like the secular academy that does not like a Muslim face talking about Islam because we're unobjective and we're women, so we're more irrational in that way as well. But also sort of men perceiving that we are pushed by an outside agenda to have a voice. And so understanding that, I mean, we care about the same things. We want to see a society that is better. We are committed to our countries being free. We're committed to producing knowledge that will liberate us all. So seeing women not as interlocutors and not as sort of like this outside force that is constantly coming to agitate you. And in doing so, I think it's important to look inwards to see what are the things that the society of men are doing in order, like doing to prevent that, but also what are the problems that they're not fixing within that limit the engagement and their ability to accept women as sort of intellectual and equals and interlocutors in the struggle.
No, yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I would say, yani, I wouldn't say change is about gender. I think that, we have many Saudi men who I consider more than allies. I mean, and this fight wouldn't be possible without them. And I think, Yahya Asiri, for example, is, the founder of human rights organizations in Saudi Arabia, and any fight within also the feminist movement wouldn't have been possible without him. Or, we have Mohammed al-Rabi'a, who's still in prison because of his feminist views, and he was arrested with the women who were arrested for fighting for women's rights. So I think that we fight for our own rights as women, and we need allies, men allies. But I think that our main enemy is not men; it's repression, and it's this state-sponsored narrative of, and state-sponsored acceptance of violence against women. So I don't think that the issue is about gender; it's about the state accepting gender-based violence, I think. Yes.
Thank you. Shukran. One of the things we were talking about earlier is how do we engage the civic society in the West to relook at that region. One of the things I grew up all my life as a child in the Midwest in the United States, there is a very negative view of the treatment of women in the Middle East and Arab and Islamic cultures. I believe this is an alternative reality. It's only 100 years old. The autocratic regimes, it served their purposes to be seen where women are second-class citizens. So when you talk to certain politicians during that time, they would say in private, you see, oh, people are not ready. They're very backward. This is how they look. It served their purposes. I think you're shouldered with the responsibility to rewrite that history, to tell the true history of the role of women in those societies. Just from a historical perspective, I tell you this is new. If you look historically, even looking back at the 7th century, at the major battle of Yarmouk in what is now Jordan, the Roman soldiers, the first time they've ever seen women in battle was the Muslim side, where women were fighting side by side men. And then in the 15th, 16th century, you look at the writings in France, where they talked about the Prophet's wife, Khadija, how she was a businesswoman. That was a major thing. They were not used to having women in major business roles and running major business. That was a historical context. Turn to the 20th century, it has totally been turned around into these Islamic and Arab cultures are so putting women as a second-class citizens. I think with this new generation in the United States and you guys, it is important to rewrite that history and to define it. Clearly, by some of the dictatorships promoting Wahhabism and so forth, did help produce that narrative and created that image of women in that part of the world. But historically, it's not accurate. It does not go back to the basis of the history of that part of the world. So I think to engage the West in the future of what we're trying to do, it is important to rewrite that and to redefine it. Not because of those leaders, but beyond them. They cannot, as Lena said, they tell the narrative. It is time for this generation to define the narrative who they are. Throughout history, people who do not define themselves will never get anywhere. And that's been a big problem. The Arab and Muslim populations have not been able to define themselves. And I think the role of women is probably one of the stronger cards that can be really played in the future to tell the accurate history of how those societies developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up in this point about what you said, that the idea that Arab women is victim of their men. And this is very typical colonization idea, that those women are victim for their men. And we saw it in Palestine, we saw it in Saudi Arabia. And the main idea, and I hear it from the most educated people, they saying, but when you argue that Palestinian women are killed and they are majority of the victim, women and children, they will say, but they are killed by their men as well. So those stereotypes have been from generation, and it's developed from the colonization time that all those women is victims of their men and they need the saviors by the West. And that's absolutely wrong. Are we trying to re-emphasize that point? And there is a lot of people that wrote about that. It's quite important to highlight it as well.
You have anything to add?
Everything that you said.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I think it's one last question, maybe. No, خلاص. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry.
Just quickly, I thought it was really interesting that you talked about reclaiming your voices and you also talked about allies. I think it's also important to reflect on allies that are not Saudi. So in a recent case, as you know, Saudi Arabia, the Women's Tennis Association is going to be playing the finals this year. And one of the top 10 players, Jessica Pegula, said, I'm so happy and excited about the change that we're bringing for Saudi women. It's like, excuse me, who are you to say that? And it's an issue because Princess Rima is promoting this, the ambassador is promoting this same narrative. I guess I think just a broader reflection for us, not just on Saudi women's rights issues, but on public opinion more broadly. What's happening now is that Saudi authorities know that every time they do something terrible, like they sentence Manahel al-Utaibi to 11 years in prison, or when they become chair of the Commission on the Status of Women, they're going to get a news cycle of 2 days and it's going to be bad. And then they're going to write it out and then they're going to forget. People are going to forget. So how do we, the people in this room, figure out what our long-term strategy to build power is, And I think we need to look outside of civil society. Like maybe we need those dirty PR men on the table figuring out like how they're going to challenge the billions of dollars in PR that Saudi has. I think there's excellent campaigners in this room, but we have such a huge challenge ahead of us. This conference has honestly given me so much hope. But yeah, we need to continue being better allies globally and build our power because our enemy is really quite tremendous.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Bisan, really. Thank you, everyone. I think it's okay. Last question, I think here. معلش والله.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm a journalist, so I want to ask actual fact. How big is the political prisoner population of Saudi Arabia today, and how many women are still in prison?
In Saudi, it's very difficult to speak about with numbers because there is no transparency, because prison have been, it's a very opaque system. But what we see is that for everyone here, almost every Saudi here, they know someone who is in prison, if not more than one. So it is very big. So at Al-Quds, we've documented hundreds of political prisoners. But again, what has to be known is that families are retaliated against if they talk about their relative being in prison. Families are put under travel bans once a relative is in prison. So it's very difficult to get an exact number of political prisoners, and women are more and more targeted as well. So again, in Saudi, we can't speak with numbers for the fact that yes, we have so many information coming every day, but then if we don't have the consent of the relatives or the people who have shared the information, we can't share it. But yeah, I mean, I can't give numbers.
Just
really.
to give you indication, there was where I live, there was a decent size political jail, but it wasn't enough, and it was massive. It's almost like massive. They open a new one for the additional political jail in the desert. And that's give you indication how it's growing with time. And also the number of asylum seekers give you indication of how many people is leaving and flowing the country because of fear of being in political jails. And as Lina highlighted, in every single family, you have someone who went to political jail at some point of their life.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. أنا بس بقدم الكينوت سبيكر في فيديو. تسمعوني؟ hello. Okay, that's me. Okay. So now we have another keynote speaker. We'll present a video by Leah Remini. I don't know if some know her. She's a very famous actress, and she's been amazing. She's been an amazing ally. So during the time when Mohammed bin Salman was really buying influencers and actors and the Hollywood industry, she was one of the only ones willing to speak up for women in Saudi Arabia, including for my sister and Salma al-Shihab. She's been really an incredible ally, and she has gotten so much backlash, and she has not stopped. And now she's also an ally for our bigger fight, that is democracy for Saudi Arabia. So here is Leah Remini.
Thank you, Lena, for your gracious introduction. I want to let you know that your extraordinary bravery blows me away, and I am honored to share the stage with you. And thank you to the board and staff of the Arab Rights and Research Center for inviting me to speak today at the Quest for Democracy in Saudi Arabia conference. Now, I want to make something clear from the start. I don't believe it's my business or any non-Saudi person's business to dictate what the Saudi government should look like. Those decisions are solely up to the Saudi people. But I do believe every human being has the right and responsibility to advocate for every other human being's most basic freedoms. Among those freedoms are freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of association, freedom of movement, and equal rights regardless of gender. Under the rule of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, those rights have been diminished more than ever, and MBS has turned the kingdom of Saudi Arabia into a brutal police state while selling it to the world as a reformed, mostly secular monarchy. Unfortunately, he has fooled influential people in the media, sports, and politics into normalizing him and his regime. Some of these people have failed to employ the most basic common sense and critical thinking, and others have decided to cynically accept money in exchange for whitewashing MBS. At the same time, these same people claim to be progressive here in the United States. This absence of courage is an infuriating and heartbreaking reality I'm familiar with, and one of the main reasons I agreed to speak at this event. I wouldn't believed you if you have told me 10 years ago that I would speak at a conference about Saudi Arabia and democracy. From the time that I was 8 years old, I was a member of Scientology, an organization that is often referred to as a cult, but is more like a fascist state and cult of personality. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but Scientology engages in many of the egregious and horrific behaviors that most fascist states do. Scientologists are imprisoned and held against their will, families separated. Scientology's global intelligence agency engages in transnational repression of its members and beyond. Scientology engages in renditions and kidnappings. Journalists and advocates for victims face harassment and surveillance simply for doing their jobs. Scientology also engages in multi-generational punishment Now, while all this is happening, the US government and many other governments worldwide do nothing to stop it. Judges do nothing to stop it. Major institutions do nothing to stop it. Scientology even managed to harass and bully its way into being granted tax-exempt status by the IRS. Now, that tax-exempt status has allowed Scientology to amass billions of dollars in cash and real estate. The tax-exempt status has also given Scientology a cloak of protection in U.S. courts, which has allowed it to act with impunity. Scientology is controlled by an autocratic leader who micromanages everything, is physically and psychologically abusive, psychopathic, petty, who has made his own family members disappear when they got on his wrong side. He has also weaponized Twitter and other social media platforms against his perceived enemies. Sound familiar? But his name is not Mohammed bin Salman. His name is David Miscavige. And I want to tell you how I ended up here today. Until 2021, like many Scientologists, I only had an 8th grade education. In 2021, I decided to push past my fears and insecurities and pursue my dream of attending college. I applied to NYU and was accepted. Attending NYU as an undergrad when I was 50-something years old opened my eyes to a new world. For example, I learned so much about the history of the Middle East. I now earn my associate's degree and I'm working on my bachelor's degree next. Learning what I have in the past few years has made me realize what a bubble I was living in, not just as a member of a fascist cult, but also as an American. Learning about foreign policy from an academic perspective opened my eyes to my country's role in the region, which has impacted people in the Middle East and Americans in the United States. For example, the Iraq War and all of the mistakes made along with it have contributed significantly to the destabilization of the region, but also left our soldiers returning home as veterans in a state of crisis without proper medical care, housing, or mental health care. Learning about the world has made me realize that America needs better and braver leadership. And we desperately need basic human decency in our leaders. We don't all live by the values we preach to other countries in the world. The world desperately needs leaders. Leaders don't need to have a formal education or authority. You don't need to know political systems inside and out. After all, our politicians don't know these systems inside and out. I have learned over the years that when actors and other celebrities speak out on issues unrelated to the entertainment business, some will tell us to shut up and stay in our lane. I will never accept that premise. Our lane is to use our privilege and platforms to speak out on important issues. I'm reminded of lessons like this when I speak out on issues not related to Scientology. In 2022, when I tweeted a thread about Salma, the Saudi student and mother who is serving 27 years in prison for tweets and retweets about human rights, I was shocked when I learned how little support and advocacy Saudis have in the world when compared to the wealth and power the Saudi royal family has. After Jamal Khashoggi was murdered in the Saudi consulate in Turkey, I know some of you were cautiously optimistic after MBS faced a massive fallout for his direct involvement in this operation. It must have been surreal to watch major corporations, celebrities, and governments thoroughly condemn him and step away from doing business with him, as they should. I know that I had that feeling before any time a documentary or major story came out about Scientology. I get hopeful and I wonder, is this finally the moment where people will open their eyes and realize what's been happening? So I know when companies and prominent politicians started to engage again with MBS, it must have felt like a gut punch. It is much easier for people to live with short-term memories than to have the courage of conviction. It's a painful reality when it comes to the work that you're doing. While the media is responsible for some of the most important and revelatory reporting on Saudi Arabia under MBS, the media is also responsible for helping him launder his lies and cover up his crimes. The same applies to holding Scientology accountable or any organizations like it. It's infuriating to witness major media organizations, reporters, politicians miss opportunity after opportunity to hold these criminals responsible. Reporters who are otherwise intelligent and intellectually curious barely ask a single tough question when they're sitting before MBS or one of his corrupt cronies. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These reporters, their editors, media executives, and politicians are complicit in the oppression. As much as some of us want to frame it this way, there are no two sides to human rights issues. Either you're on the side of the oppressor or the oppressed. I believe reporters and elected officials are responsible for being on the side of the oppressed. We must realize that while thinking of the bigger picture is essential, yes, we all have to call out these reporters, politicians, and other enablers, and sometimes call them out publicly. Now, I've worked hard over the years to push reporters and other advocates to use the appropriate terms and language when talking about Scientologists and oppressors like it. It sounds like a simplistic, obvious message, but it's critical. Language matters. And when people don't use the correct terms and language, they almost always aid the oppressor rather than the oppressed. One example of the misuse of language is how they refer to those who stand up against autocrats. While preparing for the speech, I Googled some of your names and other names of Saudis like Jamal. And what showed up was very familiar to me. Many of you, including Jamal, were referred to as critics. I'm often called a critic. And every time I stop the interview and I correct them, when someone calls us critics, they make it seem like what we're fighting against and fighting for, the end of oppression and a demand for fundamental human rights and freedoms, is a matter of opinion. It is not. The crimes we talk about, whether under MBS, David Miscavige, or any other dictator, are matters of fact. The rights we demand should be considered essential and universal, not extraordinary and unusual. Restaurants have critics, movies have critics. I am not a critic, and none of you are critics. You are patriots. You love your country so much that you're willing to make enormous sacrifices so that it can realize its best days. That is what patriotism is all about. To call someone like Jamal, who sacrificed his life for his country, a critic is insulting to the highest. To refer to Lena and her sister Lujane as critics after all they have faced, including horrific torture, is disgraceful. So in the future, when someone refers to you as a critic, stop them and correct them. After you do, most people will think about your corrections and some will reorient how they look at you in the future, which means their readers, viewers, and the world will look at you differently. I know how incredibly lonely it can feel to look around and see people you used to admire and respect cave and show up in Saudi Arabia to take a check and abandon even the most basic principles they always claim to hold. I want to be clear that I believe that Saudis, like the rest of us, deserve to be entertained, whether it's via sporting events, concerts, or movies. But what is objectionable is when people help soften this regime's reputation around the world. I'm never going to accept that. You're never going to see me laundering the image of the Crown Prince. One of the most sinister things that MBS has done is to weaponize culture against the citizens of Saudi Arabia. He has weaponized it by lying to the world and telling them that because Saudis can go to concerts, the movies, and sporting events, somehow things have changed significantly with respect to human rights in Saudi, when they haven't. And in many areas, things have just gotten worse. Westerners love to look at the simple cultural freedoms and use those freedoms as a justification to abandon the citizens of another country in their fight for freedom. A woman having the right to drive means nothing if she doesn't have the right to speak her mind without fear of punishment. A Saudi man being able to go to a concert and watch his favorite DJ means nothing if he gets thrown into prison and tortured for simply retweeting a tweet about human rights in Saudi Arabia. I'm going to continue to call out all of these behaviors, which only lead to Saudis having less freedom and MBS getting away with murder, literally. I want to end my remarks by reminding you of a simple truth. It would be much easier for all of you to move on with your lives and not fight for democracy. Most people wouldn't blame you for stepping away from your work because you have suffered enough. But instead, you've chosen to stick with it. You've decided to put up with the harassment, surveillance, and worse, to do what's right. You've made significant sacrifices to fight against a man with over $1 trillion at his disposal, a massive intelligence apparatus, one of the largest militaries in the world, and major global powers like the United States standing beside him. I know it can feel lonely and thankless as you do this work, so I want to tell you how grateful I am for your dedication and sacrifice, and remind you that the sacrifices that you and your family members have made have not gone unnoticed. You will be remembered as people who have stood up for freedom when so many have stayed silent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very touching speech. So now it is our last but not least panel with Umayma al-Najjar here, who will be our moderator. Umayma is a Saudi activist who is also a signatory of the People's Vision. She is also part of Al-Qist and a project today that actually I'm going to talk about this. We have worked on a project, Umayma and myself, on Saudis in the diaspora. So it was a survey of 100 people interviewed. And we will be sharing the outcomes of this survey very soon and the analysis, but also hopefully a documentary also exposing the difficulties of being in the outside and why Saudi Arabians are leaving the country. So now for the last panel, Human Rights in Saudi Arabia with Umayma al-Najjar. طب وين يحيى؟
Thank you, Lina, for this lovely introduction.
I can.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Lina. And thank you, everyone, for coming and staying after lunch. I know everybody is tired, but this session is going to be very brief, hopefully. I'd like to welcome my guests, Joey, a researcher at a Human Rights Watch, Floor, a researcher at Amnesty, and Yahya Asiri, the founder of Al-Qist for Human Rights Organization. This session theme is about human rights, and it's about sports washing and the counter-terrorism law in Saudi Arabia. So I'll start this session by asking Yahya first about human rights in Saudi Arabia. Yahya fled the country back in 2014, I believe, and he started one of the very first human rights organizations in Saudi that covers mostly the rights at the time of political prisoners in Saudi. Yahya, can you tell us about human rights evolution in Saudi Arabia from the history of Saudi Arabia? I mean, Abdullah Al-Auda covered a bit of history on the movements and the revolutions that happened as early as the 50s up to now. Can you tell us about the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia since then till now?
Okay, thank you, Umayma. As you mentioned, Dr. Abdullah, he mentioned some of the steps in the movement for the political or for the reform in Saudi Arabia, but that includes some of the human rights and some of the other political movement. And before I start, in Saudi Arabia, it is so difficult to be very westernized and to say there is a gap between political activism and human rights activism, because the main issue in Saudi Arabia, it is not just human rights violations, but these human rights violations, it's based in political reasons. When we have absolute monarchy, when we have people they don't allow to participate in anything, and when we have narrative and atmosphere controlled by the regime completely for hundreds of years, and when we have nothing belong to people, and people they can't not just express their opinion, they can't participate in anything in the atmosphere in the country without the complete control from the regime, not just in politics, but also in every single things, in business, in football, in religious movement. For example, you know, Wahhabism is controlled 100% by the regime, and not just controlled by the regime, but it's made up by the regime. And also the media, the education. So the lots of people, they are saying it is like theory to say the regime or the government, its result or it is impact for the society. But in Saudi Arabia, it's completely the opposite. Our society, it is the result for the regime, because the regime, they have controlled everything. So defending anything inside the country, it is impossible to have this gap that we can hear it in several places outside the country. Please don't mix between the human rights and politics. We can't do that in our country, and people, they are aware of our issue. They are not going to say that, because it's completely linked together. And we have like the triangle in the country, where is the corruption and repression and the dictator, which is completely linked to each other. And that will answer maybe a question for several people that I met outside the country. They keep asking within the media or officials or things, they keep asking, why Mohammed bin Salman not allowing people at least for some rights, give them the rights to express their opinion? And they feel it is something simple for the regime to allow people to express their opinion. No, this is a huge thing. They can't do it, because if they allow people to express their opinion, the first thing will do, they will criticize the monarchy, they will criticize the corruption, they will criticize the violations, they will start to ask for their rights. So, and that will start to destroy the building for the repression, because it is one building, stone by stone, built together. So the human rights is just part of it. So the struggle in Saudi Arabia started very long time ago, but maybe we can say there were a gap between the NGOs, the human rights organizations, the human rights institutions outside the country and inside the country. For a long time, there were a gap. Several people, several activists, they keep trying all the time to fill this gap, but it was so difficult in the past. There's so many initiatives, there's so many brave people, they did a lot, but before the internet in Saudi Arabia, it was so difficult. I believe the main thing made the huge change in Saudi Arabia when we have in 1999 or 2000, when we have the internet for the first time. And we started as Saudis and as activists to talk to each other. And it was the first time for us. So we shocked about it. And you can notice that by seeing the Saudis at that time,
one of the most population around the world using the internet. And also when we got the Facebook, the Saudis, they are one of the most. And when we got the Twitter, the Saudis, they are the most. Why? Some people, they said because they are free. No, not because they are free, but because they don't have any platform to express their opinion unless in this place, in the social media. And some people, they believe the real life, it's on the ground, and what is on the social media is completely different. In Saudi Arabia, it's different. No, what's going on the ground, this is not the reality, because people, they need to act to make sure they are not going to be arrested. But they express themselves freely in the internet. So we are more real on the internet than what's going on the ground. So when we got the internet in Saudi Arabia for the first time, this is maybe, it was the biggest chance. I'm not going to say the first time, but it was the biggest chance for us to contact the people outside, to contact the NGOs. And that's made the first big change maybe. In 2006, there is several people, some of them friends of mine and some of them maybe friends of some other people here in this hall, including Saud al-Hashimi and Musa al-Qarni, he passed away, rahimahullah, and al-Khareji, Abdulaziz al-Khareji, and several people. They gathered together from different backgrounds, Islamist, liberal, lefties, and they were from different backgrounds. And they gathered and they called themselves Jeddah reformers. And they asked for reform, and they were gathering to ask for political reform and human rights reform. And for us, this was a very big step. Because before that, there's several brave people. They did a lot, including Dr. Abdullah al-Hamid, who was the father for the reform in the country. But the regime for a long time success to isolate Abdullah al-Hamid and his friends from the people. After the internet, their initiative has become more popular, especially when we have the three reformers, Ali al-Dumaini and Abdullah al-Hamid and Matruk al-Falih. They asked for constitutional monarchy, and there are several people, they signed the petition at that time. There is thousands or maybe hundreds of people they signed at that time. After that, they keep saying about Abdullah al-Hamid and the Dumaini and Matruk al-Falih, they are liberal, they are against the religion, and they got a fatwa from the high supreme muftis in Saudi Arabia to say they are against Islam, against our culture. They want constitution made by human, while we have the Quran and Sunnah, which is our constitution made by Allah. And lots of people, they believe that, and that at that time the Wahhabism, they still strong at that time before Mohammed bin Salman used them wrongly and destroyed them by mistake. So at that time they isolate those people. But when Jeddah reformers came, some of them, they are Islamist, and some of them, Saud al-Hashimi, he's close to Salafist, and Musa al-Qarni, he was close to Brotherhood. And so it was strange for us. They gathered together, and at that time I heard Saud al-Hashimi, before I met him for the first time, I heard him saying, and this clip available in the YouTube, he said, our issue, it is not from Shia or Sunnah, it's not from the tribes, it's not from people from Al-Qasim controlling the power. This is the narrative from the regime, or from the people from the south. All of them, they are working in the intelligence and mabahith and arresting people. And it's not from people in Jeddah and Mecca. They are coming from outside the country. They are not real Saudis. And this is not our issues. Our issue is the repression. Our issue is the dictator regime. We need to gather together and to build the shared ground between us. We need to build something to granted all the basic rights for each one in the country, disregard the differences between us. And that's like, it was like a huge spotlight for lots of youth at that time, including myself and lots of activists inside the country or outside the country at that time. They have been arrested in 2007. And at that time, myself, it was the first time for me to contact human rights organization outside the country, when I contacted Amnesty to report about the arrest. And we started to learn how to work with NGOs outside the country from our brothers in Qatif and Al-Ahsa, most of them from the Shia minority, because they learned from Bahrainis and we learned from each other, and we started to contact in NGOs. And we noticed at that time there is brave people, amazing people outside the country. They are not Saudis. They work with NGOs or with media. They are trying to support and help, but there is a gap. They don't understand the situation on the ground. And for us, there is a gap. We don't understand how the organizations work and what's the Human Rights Council. And we started to see, for example, I have seen the report, the UPR report for Saudi Arabia, keep submitting reports for the Human Rights Council. And at that time, and you can go back to the archive for the Human Rights Council, they keep saying at that time, it's different now, they keep saying the execution, it's coming from our religion, and the punishment, it is from our religion. This is our culture. This is our people. Our people, they like it. Our people, they accept this rule of Islam. And I assume if I am working with Amnesty, for example, or Human Rights Watch, and trying to have counter argument with Saudi represented at the Human Rights Council, saying that I will feel difficult to counter that argument because I don't want to interfere in the cultural thing and religious things. So it will be difficult for me. So we noticed that they are using the religion and culture to justify the violation. And this was the biggest element to cover and to justify their violations outside the country. So things keep changing from, I can say, from 2000. I think things start to change from when we got the internet and keep going up and up. 2006, we have the Jeddah reformers. 2007, we have Akbra, Dr. Abdullah Hamid, and his courageous and brave friends when they started Akbra. And Walid Abul Khair, he started, and with his friends, the Monitor for Human Rights in Saudi Arabia. Another friends in Al-Qatif, they started Al-Adala for Human Rights. And from that time, I think things started to change for the Saudi regime, and it has become more difficult for them to keep using the culture and religion to justify their violations and to isolate the Saudis from the NGOs outside. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Yahya. I have a question to you again. You mentioned the difficulties of free space, lack of a free space in Saudi, and people are using the internet to express themselves. Now the internet is being closely monitored by the government. Several activists are sent to prison, ridiculous lengthy prison sentences, talking about 27 years, 30 years plus, simply for retweeting or writing a tweet about human rights or supporting an activist. And one of the challenges you mentioned, the use of culture and religion. How can we, as an activist, or how can Saudis there in Saudi Arabia overcome those difficulties? And how can activists advocate for human rights and argue back that this is not religion, this is not culture, this is human rights?
I think the main important thing is to make sure the elements that's used by the regime that's not effective like before, and to try to get rid of these elements. For example, I can't trust anyone at this moment trying to advocate for Saudi government scholars. If someone doing that in the past, we will say he's a religious and he respects the religious scholars, for example. If that's happened with Bin Baz, for example, that will be acceptable at that time. But at this moment, it has become very, very clear because Mohammed bin Salman, he didn't know how to use the elements. He, for example, one of the most prominent scholars inside Saudi Arabia, Salih al-Fawzan, and he's one of the closest scholars also for Mohammed bin Salman. After the killing for Jamal Khashoggi, he published a fatwa statement in the TV saying the ruler is allowed to kill third of population if there is a chaos and to grant the stability inside the country. Anyone still believing in that, I can't believe he's a religious person. I feel he's spy. I feel he's working with the government. I feel he's part of the repression if he still respect those people. So first thing, the elements for the regime, whether they are the religious scholars, whether they are the media people, journalists, Saudi journalists, or whatever, all of those people, we want to make sure everyone know they don't have credibility. They are not express their opinion. They are just working for someone who hired them to say something. And if we put them in this position, that will be more clear for people. So they are just elements, tools used by the regime, whether they call themselves liberal or they call themselves scholars. One of the most popular liberals in Saudi Arabia, he's a writer, he's old man, and he wrote several books and novels and things. And he have a tweet during the Arab Spring. And he criticized the Prophet Muhammad, and some people, they criticized him and they said he crossed the lines. And he tweeted and he said, I am a liberal and I don't have any lines in the life except the freedom and the monarchy. So how can we accept someone calling himself liberal while the monarchy for him is red line? So those people is completely exposed by the regime itself, because the regime, they keep using them wrongly. So this is the first thing. We don't want to keep having arguments about those people if they are legitimate or they are working for the regime, because it's very clear right now. This is the first thing. Second thing, the people, they are, as mentioned in the second session, we know most of the Western government and officials outside the country, they are looking for their interests. They are not really supporting the human rights. So we don't want to be very optimistic about them, but we need to know how to pressure them. For example, the NGOs outside the country, we know these NGOs, they believe in the human rights and they can't do the pressure on the officials outside. So we don't want to put our efforts with those officials outside believing them, but to put our effort to pressure them.
Thank you, Yahya. Before I move to my next question, I'd like to play a 30 seconds video, which is relevant to the next question that I have for Floor. Do you mind playing the video, please?
You may call somebody expressing their opinion, which is incitement. When somebody gives money to a group that murders people, is that expressing their opinion, or is this funding murder? But they're presented outside Saudi Arabia as if they're activists, or as if they're moderates wanting to express their opinion. When from our perspective, they're either inciting people to commit murder, or they're funding murder, or they're actively working to destabilize the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
So, Floor, Saudi Arabia's counter-terrorism law, just by the way, this is the former Foreign Affairs Minister Adel Al-Jubair calling activists as criminals. Now, Saudi Arabia's counter-terrorism law was passed by the Saudi Council back in 2013, and it was later signed by King Abdullah and became effective in 2014. We witnessed over the past years the prosecution of the human rights defenders using those very same laws. I know Amnesty is doing research on laws that codified criminal offenses, and you have found you have findings on the research that apparently the very same new laws that the Saudis are trying to come up with to not criminalize activists are still supporting oppression in a way. Can you tell us more about the research you're doing and the results and the findings of the research about that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I mean, maybe just to respond to the video clip, it's really interesting, of course, that he says that so blatantly, and it's of course part of the strategy of the authorities to portray activists as terrorists. But the interesting thing is when you look at the charges that these activists get, and the charge sheets themselves. For instance, the case of Lujane, it's basically a list of her human rights activities that they are accusing her of carrying out, and there is nothing in there that he refers to in this interview of them receiving money to support foreign groups. So. We in the cases of the human rights defenders that we have documented over the past few years, their charge sheets really read as a list of activities that are really a part of their human rights work, The current law or the current research that you're referring to is regarding a draft, a concept penal code that was leaked 2 years ago. Crown Prince MBS promised to start a process of codification because there was no criminal law basically in Saudi Arabia, and promised also that human rights would be protected in this new legislation. And we see now that in this draft law that basically it further entrenches the violations that we have seen over the past few years. It criminalizes freedom of expression, it criminalizes freedom of religion, and basically he also said that the goal was to make it more clear for people what is considered a crime and what is a punishment for a specific crime, so that people know exactly what to expect. But this law is extremely vague. The definitions of crimes are vague. And there's still a lot left to the discretion of judges to decide what is a crime, and that really leaves a lot of room for judges and also of the authorities to use the judicial system to go after opponents whenever they want to. But I want to go back maybe to what Yahya was saying about the role of local activists in pushing for reforms. I think they have really played a huge role in the past decades of putting issues on the agenda internally, but also externally on the agendas of Western governments. And women's rights, of course, the government pretends that the Crown Prince has given certain rights to women from the goodness of his heart. But of course, if you look at the history of activism in Saudi Arabia, women rights activists since the early 90s have put these issues on the agenda, and other issues too were really, the human rights movement has been really instrumental in this. And if you look at this is we're here. This is a relatively small hall, and we're here with some of the key human rights voices from Saudi Arabia. It's still a relatively small group, but about 10 years ago, when I started working with Saudi activists like Yahya, it was an even smaller group, and it's really incredible how this group has developed over the past decade, and what a strong voice this group now has. And I think if you look at the way that people like Yahya and Lina and Abdallah are able to connect to the media, big media outlets, to also have good connections with Western governments, with members of parliament, with the EU, they have an incredible strong voice now that definitely is heard. And it's of course not for no reason that they are seen as such a huge threat to the Saudi authorities. So I just want to credit them for this, that it's a huge powerful government that they are fighting, and considering the fact that it's a relatively small group, they are doing an amazing job, but they need more support. And I think the least governments can do, Western governments, is support the Saudi activists abroad, either by funding organizations like Al-Qist, which is doing really incredibly important work. Without Al-Qist, human rights organizations like Amnesty, like Human Rights Watch, we would find it incredibly difficult to do our research. We really depend on the trust that Al-Qist people have built in Saudi society to share information about what's going on. So there will be a lot of human rights violations that otherwise we wouldn't know of. But an organization like Al-Qist needs a lot more funding, and it's been very difficult to convince governments to fund Al-Qist, and not just for an occasional grant, but really for sustainable long-term funding, so they can build their capacity to keep documenting human rights violations. And also want to reiterate what Tess was saying earlier about the importance of visibility for these activists, and increasing the legitimacy by being seen with them. And I have many times gone to talk to Western governments, to ministries of foreign affairs, for meetings where we bring in Saudi activists to tell their story. And afterwards we ask them, can we take a picture with you? And they would say, no, this is something, we just don't do, which is nonsense, of course, because they do it with the Saudi authorities. They're happy to go to be in the picture with the authorities, but also with human rights defenders from other less controversial countries. They are happy to be in the picture. And I think this is ridiculous, and it's really important that governments start being seen with these activists, so they show, they give these people legitimacy. And I think that also will help other Saudis, whether they are students abroad or in Saudi itself, see that that's a group of people that they can be a part of, that they want to be a part of, because they are a strong and important voice. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much. That actually answered my next question, which was, what is the role does the international community have in advocating for human rights? Unless Yahya, you'd like to add something to that, or Joey. Flor, another question is, the international community, along the U.S. government as well, is very keen to keep their good relationship with Saudi Arabia because their economic relation. And do you think that there is a way to push and advocate for human rights reforms in Saudi Arabia and still maintain good relationship with the Saudi authorities?
That's a good question. I definitely think they could do a lot more. I think there's a sort of a myth around in Saudi Arabia that you, as a diplomat, cannot raise any human rights issues, especially publicly, or else there will be huge repercussions. And diplomats we talk to always refer to the Canada example, that when I think that was in 2018, the Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs tweeted something about Samar Badawi, and it created a huge issue between the Saudi and Canadian authorities, and that lasted for many years. And they always say, look at that. But we also say, but who supported Canada at the time? They were on their own, and all the other governments, Western governments, kept quiet and just looked at what was happening, while you see that if groups of countries come together and make statements, and we've seen that several times, for instance, in the Human Rights Council, where countries have come together to make statements, for instance, calling for the release of women's rights defenders, there are no serious repercussions, and it actually has an impact, because especially in the case of women's rights defenders, those are the activists that have in the end been released after a relatively short amount of time, while others are still in prison. But I also think, if Western governments that claim they stand for human rights and that claim that human rights are, a key pillar in their foreign policy, if they really think if they want to be credible on this, and of course right now they aren't credible at all, but if they want to build that credibility and they really want to do this, they should probably also accept that sometimes this comes at a cost. And that if you want to be critical and have all the business opportunities in the world, that might not always be possible, and that sometimes that there are consequences, and it costs money, and maybe we just need to accept that. But I definitely think right now they can be a lot more critical, even without serious repercussions. Yeah.
Can I add one thing? Just one example about what Fleur said. When Germany stopped arming Saudi Arabia, when they stopped the arm deal with Saudi Arabia, UK and France, they took advantage of that and they sold more weapons to Saudi Arabia. Then at that time, that's mean who get punished is not Saudi Arabia, it's Germany itself, because Saudi Arabia, they got the same things, but from different countries. But if they work together, like as Flo mentioned, when they signed, for example, the potential for the joint statement, it was 37 countries they signed together. And Saudi Arabia, it was so difficult for her at that time to stand against all of them, because they are 37, most of the European countries, including Canada, Australia, different countries around the world. So the only things that happened, Saudi Arabia was under pressure at that time. So, yeah.
Thank you. Billions were invested in the Professional Golf Association tour and recruiting famous football players that they play in Saudi team. And they're also act as tourism ambassadors. And recently, FIFA has announced a partnership with Saudi Arabia's state-owned oil company, Aramco. Julie, the question is, how does this negatively impact the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia with all those billions being spent on sports washing the human rights violation?
Thanks. I think this, is a very important question, especially as Fleur mentioned, this need to support Saudi activists and funding and the central role that Al-Qist plays. I don't quite know Al-Qist's operating budget per year, but I suspect that it is significantly less than that of the Public Investment Fund, which I think at this point is valued at around $750 billion. Under Vision 2030, Mohammed bin Salman has an explicit plan to make it the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world by 2030. Bringing it up to $1 trillion is his goal. I have no doubt that he will achieve that goal, given that most of the PIF's growth over the last few years has been from the transfer of shares from Aramco into the PIF, and also from the 2019 Aramco IPO. So the scale of these investments into sports, entertainment, other high-profile events is absolutely mind-boggling. And this is a problem now for the human rights movement and Saudi activists, and it will be a problem for decades to come. And I think we see the impacts of this whitewashing, sports washing very tangibly. Many of us have been working on this case of the Saudi activist in Bulgaria who was initially denied his asylum application because the Bulgarian authorities, decided that Saudi Arabia was indeed, reforming. And so we see that these impacts from whitewashing, sports washing, that they're very, very tangible. To go back to the PIF just for a moment, I think what's important to note is, Mohammed bin Salman, when he came to power, he consolidated security political power, but he also consolidated economic power through the PIF. And he exercises an immense degree of unilateral personalized control over the fund. He is the fund's, he oversees CETA, which is the the committee that oversees it. And he's, as Prime Minister since 2022, he has the power to appoint every single board member of the PIF. And of course, in the PIF's own sort of operating procedures, they do lay out a sort of robust safeguard strategy, but this really only just exists on paper. The reality is that MBS circumvents these institutional safeguards as he pleases, and ultimately has, this vast amount of control, large amount of control over vast amounts of Saudi public wealth. So yeah, and we're seeing so much of the investments that the PIF is making in sports washing, the World Cup, Live Golf, these exercises that seemingly have very little economic, if the point of the PIF is to diversify the country's economy away from oil, these sports investments in and of themselves, they're not the source of growth of the fund.
And we know Saudi Arabia is likely to host the 2034 Men's World Cup since Australia is not bidding. And we recently read the news, and I'm sure Human Rights Watch is aware, on the 27th of March incident where Saudi police summoned hundreds of football fans for chanting Shia while cheering for their teams. And one of the core values of large sport entities like FIFA is no discrimination. What do you think is what power does large sport bodies have in promoting human rights? And would you say that they might be able to promote human rights in Saudi Arabia, or maybe make it conditional to participate for big events like that?
Yeah, I think, human rights maybe should be a core value of global sport institutions like FIFA, but, particularly in the case of FIFA, I think we've seen time and time again that it is most certainly not. And, in fact, the opposite. Sports does provide a very important platform, folks who are not usually involved in politics or civil society, engage through sport. So it could be an important venue for people to understand more about the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia if that was, if FIFA wanted to put that on the table. But, unfortunately, given our experience with the Qatar World Cup, it's the FIFA's human rights commitments, its stated commitments fall, far below. And I think, businesses have an important responsibility to not become complicit in human rights abuses. And that also involves reputation laundering. And unless there is, a robust public due diligence process that is followed through and the results, as I said, made public, I think it's very difficult to see a scenario where the World Cup goes to Saudi Arabia and FIFA is able to uphold its human rights commitments. I think we saw egregious violations of the rights of migrant workers in the years leading up to the Qatar World Cup. In Saudi Arabia, we're coming out with a report in a few weeks or months about the situation of migrant workers in Saudi Arabia. But I think it's a important and very real risk that the amount of construction that will need to happen in Saudi Arabia for the 2034 World Cup is absolutely massive, and the number of migrant workers that will need to come, that will need to labor in extreme heat, and the rights abuses that will come from this, it's really, really terrifying. And in the case of Qatar, there was limited but still some access for journalists, for human rights researchers to go to some of the migrant camps to understand the labor conditions. In Saudi Arabia, we really do not have that access. Human Rights Watch, amnesty, were not able to go and to visit this labor sites, visit the conditions that these construction workers will be working under, and it's it's really, really terrifying to think of the deaths, the health impacts that these workers may face, in addition to these abuses that may be potentially directly connected with the World Cup being in Saudi Arabia. There's, as I was speaking about before, a huge risk of reputational laundering through this event that for the next decade people will be excited about the World Cup in Saudi Arabia and not thinking about Salim al-Shihab, Mohammed al-Ghamdi, and the scores of other political prisoners in jail.
Yeah, if I can add to that, because I think for Saudi Arabia, this is a really big opportunity to show that they are, serious about human rights reforms in the context of organizing such a big sporting event. If I was a PR agency advising them, I would also say, do it right and follow the human rights policy that the FIFA has, according to which they have to hire an independent company to do a human rights assessment before they submit their official bid in July, I think. And this human rights assessment, or this independent company carrying out this assessment, is supposed to consult with stakeholders. So, I mean, I don't think Al-Qist has been called. Amnesty hasn't been called. Human Rights Watch hasn't been called. It's July in 2 months. I'm really curious now what this bid document is going to look like, who they have spoken to, because some of the most important local national human rights organization has not been consulted, and so that doesn't bode very well, I think, for how they're going to include guarantees for human rights that are linked to organizing the World Cup. But they still have 2 months, so let's see.
Thank you to the panelists and to the audience. If anybody have the question, we have a few minutes. We can still have, we can receive questions if anyone. The gentleman in the back there.
Thank you. I really appreciated your comments have all been getting me thinking about the next campaign possibilities. And I'm wondering, we have the issues you've raised with regards to FIFA. We have the People's Vision statement. We have the statements of the NAS political party. I mean, what do you think might be ideal demands to make of potential sponsors of the World Cup or other businesses that might affiliate?
I mean, we're not there yet. I think first we have to see the bid documents and to in what way Saudi Arabia is going to include human rights guarantees, and then we have to see, are they strong enough? If they're not strong enough, there has to we have to put pressure on FIFA and also the other football associations that are part of FIFA to put pressure on, in strengthening those guarantees. And then the document or the bid, if it passes, it will be put to vote in November, I think. So I think depending on that, the outcome of that, we have to hold Saudi Arabia to the promises that they make in the document. But I think it's too early to say now what our calls would be to sponsors. But Joey, maybe you have ideas.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too early at this point. I think one demand, will hopefully be access. Is that if it does go forward, then human rights organizations need to have access to Saudi Arabia, safe access to Saudi Arabia, access to prisons to be able to visit and see the conditions of all the faces that we see in this room, to be able to visit work sites for the people who are going to be building these massive stadiums in, the heat of the summer hours. So I think it's a bit too early to say, but access will absolutely need to happen if this event goes forward.
Yeah, and the access need to be on the boundaries for the human rights organizations, not planned by the Saudis, because they could allow people to visit, but if it's planned visit, if they plan the visit, that will not do anything. For example, they take journalists, for example, or some people in the human rights field to visit some cells and some prisoners, and they prepare for the visit, or they will visit some sites for the workers, but it's prepared for the visits. That will be part of the PR. So it needs to be visits with the human rights organizations terms.
I know, I mean, sorry, not to contradict you, Yahya, but I think it's important to have access now, even if it is controlled by the government. Yani, if at the end of the day we have access to Mohammed al-Qahtani, even if it's controlled, at least we have access to him. You know, I think it's just about, you know, making sure that, you know, everyone disappeared is still alive and things like this.
Yeah, if it's to Mohammed al-Qahtani, that will be good. But if it's to someone, we don't know his name, and at the end he will be Walid al-Huwairini with a mask, Abdulaziz al-Huwairini with a mask. So.
This reminds me when the Saudi ambassador in Turkey allowed visit to check for Jamal Khashoggi, in which he was opening the wardrobes and the drawers to look for Jamal Khashoggi. We had some visits that were arranged to prisoners that does not reflect the reality of the prison conditions, where it looked like a copy paste of a Norwegian prison, newly painted, new mattresses.
PlayStation as well.
Yeah. So of course, unplanned regular visits as well would be, in my opinion, I agree with Yahya on that, is important. Anyone have any other question? Yes, lady.
I have an easy question for all of you, because we've discussed today how to build better solidarity with civil society, but also the general public. I mean, whether it's Americans or otherwise, I was just thinking about all of the sports washing and sort of cultural events that Saudis have been influencing. And I wondered what strategies you think there is for building better public awareness, just the general public, not necessarily experts or civil society. The brief example I'll give is I went to a game con in Philadelphia, and it was about halfway through the con that people on Discord servers and elsewhere finally answered why there was a Visit Saudi Arabia booth at the Game Con, which has nothing to do with game conning, and it's because Saudi funded the Game Con and the organizers, which have nothing to do with the Middle East and probably have maybe no or limited knowledge of likely being funded through the PIF or otherwise. And so it got me thinking, how do we have normal everyday people going to cultural events to have greater awareness, to be able to not attend, to protest, to make choices with their feet and their money?
I think it's about communicating to the public, but I also think we need to do a better job at communicating to businesses and the risks of doing business with the PIF, and the potential for complicity in human rights abuses and the responsibilities that they have, not just through reputation laundering, but at HRW we've documented, of course in 2017 in the context of the corruption crackdown, that some of the assets seized outside of any legal process may have wound up in the PIF. So that presents a huge reputational risk for businesses who are then taking that money, whether it's a game con or golf or whatnot. There are legal risks. So I think, of course, we need to also focus on the public relations aspect as well. But your normal gamer person wants to go enjoy their events and go home, and it should be it's the responsibility of the business to ensure that business relationship with the rights abusing actor isn't going forward to begin with.
Sorry, can I just comment on that as an amnesty campaigner? campaigners need to be resourced. I mean, Flor brought up this point when it comes to Al-Qist and how much we need their documentation, but campaigning costs money. Campaigning is a very expensive pursuit. So I don't know if it's TikTok just in Lebanon or everywhere else, but every third TikTok is visit Saudi or something about Saudi Arabia, I don't know, some space thing, or like, you know, I would love for the video that we produced today about Manahal al-Ataibi to get as many eyeballs as possible on TikTok. And I don't want to be crude and keep talking about money, but that the reality is that it affects the power dynamic a lot. I think we need media to continue telling stories. And I think it's a very, very difficult thing to ask of the families of the detainees, but we need to, you know, they need to keep speaking out. And we can't ask them to do that. It's very difficult. But at the same time, you know, I think I've gotten a media request almost every hour today on Manahal al-Ataibi's case. And by telling Manahal's story, we're able to tell the public what the reality of the situation is without, you know, describing everything in detail, but it's emblematic. So I think those are a few ways for us to start reaching public opinion more.
Thank you. I think I'd like to add that when the women were in prison in 2018, Yahya Asiri did a campaign. He received a reasonable funding that is suitable for the campaign, and it was successful. But since then, the funding has stopped. You know, a lot of the funders started to prioritize other issues. And with that happens, we noticed that the Saudi government has started to detain more women. And I don't know if you have noticed that, or Yahya perhaps can tell us about the recent, or Lina is working on Al-Qist, on women detainees. But yeah, I also emphasize on the importance on receiving proper fund for Saudi organizations. It's not being funded as other large organizations. It's not getting as much as it deserves. With this, we're closing this session. So I am going to invite Abdullah Lauda for closing this session.
Closing remarks. Thank you so much, Umayma. Thank you for this great panel. And before I start, I want to tell everybody that yes, how many we have in the room, the people watching us live right now is more than 16,000 people. And according to our, numbers and the demographics number and analysis, at least the majority of them is from Saudi Arabia. While I was hoping that we will have a complete Arabic version of this to our own people. I just want to tell everybody that people in Saudi Arabia is watching, following us, and hoping a lot to happen from such conference and meetings. And these are the closing remarks for the conference today. Friends and colleagues, as we draw this conference to a close, I want to express my profound gratitude to each one of you for your invaluable contributions today. This gathering represents not just a day of dialogue, but the initiation of a renewed and vigorous phase in our collective pursuit of reform and democracy in Saudi Arabia. What brought us here is the people's vision for reform in Saudi Arabia, a vision crafted by Saudi activists, including many in this room, Umayma included. A vision crafted by Saudi activists, scholars, exiles who dare to imagine a future where human rights and the rule of law are not inspirational, but actualized. This vision is a call for change, a roadmap that demands immediate and unconditional release of all prisoners of conscience, guarantees freedoms of expression, association and assembly, champions the rights of all citizens, including political participation and voting, and protects the rights of all, especially women and vulnerable minorities, including migrant workers. These should be basic universal values, but unfortunately, they are not. Our discussions have illuminated the harsh realities of authoritarian rule under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who's probably watching us, by the way, one of the 16,000 people watching us today, live. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who does not share these values and has killed critics, silenced reformists, and curtailed freedoms. They have also underscored the crucial role of international support in advancing the Saudi people's aspirations for a democratic and just society, and at the same time, its role in providing a blank check for dictators like MBS to rule with an iron fist because Mohammed bin Salman, people like Mohammed bin Salman, sit on top of oil wells. This conference is a critical step forward, emphasizing the actionable measures needed for each one of us to dismantle the barriers to democracy and human rights in Saudi Arabia. We stand at a crossroads, not just for those of us engaged in the Saudi struggle for reform, but for all who champion democracy and believe in human rights. The Saudi people require our continued advocacy and pressure to bring about the aspired political changes. This is more than advocacy, it's our commitment to amplify their voices, amplifying their calls for change across the globe. This conference, therefore, is not merely an isolated event, but a catalyst for a new era of activism. The Saudi people need your sustained pressure to help translate the people's vision into tangible political reform. Whether you are a policymaker, an advocate for democracy, or a global citizen, it is our duty to support these efforts and to amplify the voices calling for change beyond the borders of Saudi Arabia. This is why I call upon our audience of experts and thinkers to support us and spread the message. I also call upon members of Congress and policymakers to remember the weight of your responsibilities. We urge you to consider the real impact of U.S. foreign policy on lives of ordinary Saudi citizens who yearn for reform and freedom. We need you to use your legislative powers to stop enabling and supporting authoritarian leaders and autocratic politicians in the Middle East, whether it is enabling and protecting war criminals who bombarded Gaza, arming and supporting torturers in the palace, or arming and supporting our torturers in the palace in Saudi Arabia. We ask this of you because we know it will help our loved ones, it will help our fellow countrymen and women, it will help our country long into the future. But we also ask because we know that this is in the national interest of the United States. We know a more democratic Saudi Arabia won't blockade a neighboring country, kidnap a nearby prime minister, or seek to cause a worldwide economic depression over the price of oil. We know that a democratic Saudi Arabia will be a better partner for everybody, including the West. And policymakers around the world, we extend our call to you to engage with the people's vision and the Saudis in exile rather than listen to the only voice allowed by one-man rule. We call on you to read the people's vision and not just His Royal Highness's Vision 2030, which masks the real intentions and ongoing repression to create a dystopian future through consolidating power and stifling dissent. Your decisions, actions, and policies can propel or hinder our progress for a better future, not just for Saudi Arabia and its citizens, but everyone else in this globalized world because of Saudi Arabia's wealth and influence. Finally, let us leave here today with a renewed commitment to this cause, the cause of reform and democracy for which many people sacrifice their lives, like Abdullah al-Hamid, Allah yarhamu, and Jamal Khashoggi, Allah yarhamu. The cause for which many people continue to sacrifice everything, people like Walid Abu al-Khair, Abdullah al-Malki, Aziz al-Yusuf, and my beloved father, Salman al-Ouda. Let our deliberations fuel our actions and inspire a global community to stand in solidarity with all those fighting for a just and democratic Saudi Arabia. Together with their persistence and courage, we can help bring about the transformation that the Saudi people so rightly deserve. I want to thank the many organizations present here, our allies everywhere, and the many more individuals who support this cause. Thank you once again for your dedication, your insight, your unwavering support for future where every individual should be recognized and every rights is respected. Let's continue to work together to ensure that today's people vision becomes tomorrow's reality. I just want to end with 2 minutes in Arabic because there's so many people in Arabic and in our home country listening. شكرا جزيلا لكل أصدقائنا، لكل الحلفاء، لكل الناس. نحن ندعو إلى هذا الحلف الكبير، حلف المؤسسات الديمقراطية، حلف الحالمين بالحقوق والحريات والعدالة الاجتماعية. نحن سندافع عن هذه الحقوق الأساسية، سندعم هذا الحق العام، وسنوسع مستوى الحلف والحلفاء والراغبين بدعم هذه الحقوق الأساسية. ونعتقد أن هناك الكثير من المؤيدين لهذه القضايا حول العالم، فلذلك نحن لن نتوقف هنا. هذا المؤتمر اليوم هو فقط بداية بإذن الله تعالى لمرحلة جديدة من العمل والكفاح والنضال، فابقوا معنا. وكما يقول صديقي عمر عبد العزيز، كونوا أحرارا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.